Thanks for joining us here on 9 News Watch. I'm Chris Bianchi. In just a few moments' time, we're going to have a hearing for you. This will be for the sentencing of the older of the two STEM Highlands Ranch shooters, Devon Erickson, who is now 20 years old. He was 18 years old at the time of the STEM Highlands Ranch shooting back in May of 2019. He will be sentenced to a mandatory sentence of life in prison without parole. Now, the reason why today's hearing will be significant is, yes, the sentence, because of Colorado law, is mandated, but you're going to have hours of testimony here from family and friends of the victims from the STEM Highlands Ranch shooting. You may recall that there were two shooters in the 2019 shooting. Again, this is the STEM Highlands Ranch shooting back in May of 2019. The younger of the two was Alec McKinney, who was sentenced actually back in February to 40 years in prison, or I should say life in prison, but with the eligibility for parole after 40 years due to his age at the time of the shooting. But because Erickson, who's going to be sentenced now in just a few minutes' time, was 18 years old at the time of the shooting, he has that mandatory Colorado law-driven sentence of life without parole, so life in prison without parole. So again, since that punishment is now mandated, this is frankly a formality, at least in terms of the exact sentence. The reason, as I mentioned earlier on, that this will be significant is that you will have likely several hours worth of testimony from family and friends of those involved, including the student who died, the heroic student, Kendrick Castillo, who lost his life after going, according to testimony during the trial for not only Devon Erickson but Alec McKinney. There were several students who testified that Castillo lunged after the shooter, in this case Devon Erickson, and stopped him from potentially killing or injuring other students, and therefore, again, certainly a heroic act. And you will likely hear from several family and friends of not only Castillo's, but the other students who were injured during that shooting back in May of 2019. Again, this hearing is expected to last several hours. I mentioned how McKinney was the younger of the two shooters. He did testify in Erickson's trial. Erickson was was convicted back in mid-June, and during that trial, Alec McKinney testified for the prosecution against Erickson. Again, McKinney was sentenced to life in prison, but due to his age at the time of the shooting, he will be eligible for parole after 40 years. So in just a few moments' time, we will have the sentencing here for now 20-year-old Devon Erickson, who will be sentenced to, again, life in prison without the eligibility for parole. He was the older of the two shootings in that May 2019 shooting. Erickson was, by the way, convicted on 46 different counts, most of those for attempted first-degree murder, but of course the also first-degree murder charge in conjunction with the murder of Kendrick Castillo, who again was the heroic student who lunged at Erickson to protect the other students. So again, the punishment is now going to be a formality under Colorado law, but the thing to certainly watch for will be the unquestioned emotion that will come from today as a result of the family and friends of Castillo's that will be testifying here. So we're going to go out now. I believe it is exactly 1:30, and these hearings set to start on time. So we're going to go out now to the hearing and get that sentencing here for Devon Erickson.
I'm happy to go through it.
Second here to connect all the technology.
Thank you. Oh, you don't have a hard copy?
I will write it.
Figure it out.
course.
Send it to the.
Do you have the internet?
I do.
Okay.
All right, 19 CR 451, People versus Devon Erickson. Council, go ahead and enter your appearances.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. George Brockler appearing as a special deputy district attorney for purposes of this sentencing. Seated with me at the table, our Chief Deputy District Attorney Chris Gallo, and in the empty seat to my left, Senior Chief Deputy Chris Wilcox. Also present before the bar, our District Attorney John Kellner and Detective Brian Pereira from the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, and Chris Taylor.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Julia Stansel and David Kaplan on behalf of Mr. Erickson. He is present to my right. Mr. Kaplan has gone missing just in the last few moments. He was here, so I'm not sure if he stepped outside to talk to Mr. Wilcox or not. I'm happy to go outside and see if I can find him.
Okay.
Yeah.
It looks like Mr. Kaplan's here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honor. I was out in the hallway.
It's fine. All right, we are set for sentencing today. I did receive on Monday a pre-sentence investigation report, which was just under 600 pages. I've received a dump drive that had hundreds of victim impact statements. Some of those were contained already. Most of them were contained in the PSI already. I also received today about 10 more this morning, about 11 o'clock. Starting first with the people, have you received the PSI and have you had a chance to review it?
We have, Your Honor. There are a couple corrections, Mr. Gallo's expert.
We can take those up whenever the court wants, Judge.
Okay. Defense received the victim impact statements and the PSI.
I believe so, Your Honor. You mentioned we received the PSI for certain and the 500, close to 600 pages attached to that. We also were, as you indicated, we're receiving kind of a rolling amount of additional through discovery. Much of that is repetitive to what we've already received. The court mentions a jump drive. I have not seen a jump drive. To the extent it's duplicative, then it's the same things that we've already had. That there's things contained in there different, I can't speak to that.
The zip drive, jump drive, thumb drive, whatever you'd like to call it, I believe it was right around 1,500 pages on that drive. I can't be certain if every single one of them was in the PSI, but there were duplicative pages in there. Defense received a copy of all that information.
Judge, they have, I think the only additions to that are what the court referenced about some of the filings this morning with statements that we received later this week. So they do have a copy of all of the victim impact statements contained on that drive.
May I just inquire, are those in addition to what was provided attached to the pre-sentence investigation report.
Those are not all in addition to, I think there was frankly some miscommunication on my end with regard to that drive, and instead of submitting just the ones that were not as part of the PSI, we submitted everything, but those have all been provided in discovery.
But we have reviewed all of the discovery. You know, when you mentioned the jump drive, I don't know that we received it in that manner, but we have received the pre-sentence investigation report, the attachments thereto, and we have reviewed anything that's come to discovery.
Okay, people ready for sentencing?
Yes, Judge.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor. One other preliminary matter. The reason we were in the hall is that there was a video that I believe the prosecution just received that they are, as I understand it, contemplating showing the court. We would object to that. Just had an opportunity to review it. It is, well, I'll let them characterize it, so I'm not offending it. I'm going to let the government characterize it because I do not want to be seen as offending anybody about it. There are portions of it that also have footage of the event, the actual events. They at the school, responders, those kind of things. And I think that we received it late, and some of what's on it, I believe, is inappropriate and repetitive.
Okay. Other than that, defense is ready for sentencing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before we then begin, let me talk about some of the ground rules for today and how this will go. I just want to remind everybody about recording devices. There shouldn't be anybody recording, and if you have a phone, everybody needs to turn it off or turn it to silent. There is a WebEx proceeding that's happening. Folks on the WebEx should not be able to give input, but they're watching. To the extent that there is an interruption, the rules for the WebEx are the same as if they're in the courtroom, with the exception of the expanded media, which I've granted for the WebEx courtroom, not inside this courtroom. Everybody does need to keep their masks on, except if you are speaking at the podium. I'll also permit counsel to take their masks off during your arguments or statements. If somebody who is not a named attorney on the case is giving a statement to the court, a couple things. I'd like you to state your name, spell your last name, or spell your entire name for the record. Please direct all of your comments to me. The case and these proceedings, these events are without question emotional. Emotions are permitted, but we are still in a courtroom, and we will all remain dignified and respectful. If you're reading something to me, oftentimes when people are reading, they speed up, they go faster, their voices go lower. So please be mindful that we are taking down word for word everything that's being said. So if you're reading, just take a moment, take a breath, and slow down a little bit so that everybody can get what you're saying. My understanding was that, I think Mr. Gallo, you were going to talk to me about some additions or changes you had to the PSI.
Yes, Judge, if the court wants to do that now.
Yes.
Judge, as to page 1, dealing with the possible penalties, the PSI lists count 1 and count 2 as life imprisonment with the possibility of parole. That does not apply in this case. Under 18.1.3401, as this court knows, there are various situations where it does, and none of those do apply here. As to count 3, count 3 dealt with conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. There was not a crime of violence enhancement question asked of the jury on that. So that range is not 16 to 48 years, but is rather 8 to 24 years. Counts 4 through 9 and 10 through 34 All those ranges are correct. The crime of violence sentencing provisions are correct, Judge. We do believe, though, that counts 4 through 9 must run or ought to run concurrently with the same named victim counts as appear in counts 10 through 34. So 4 through 9, those victims named should run concurrently with the same named victim counts that appear in counts 10 through 34. If that makes sense, Judge?
It does.
Aside from that, Judge, I think the functional application of it is counts 10 through 34. The PSI correctly notes must run consecutively with all other counts and with each other. We believe all other counts are discretionary, consec, or concurrent. Aside from that, Judge, we do not have any other corrections, additions to the court. Does the court wish to know what we believe the actual range is, or shall we save that for our comments?
Save that for later.
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or corrections to the PSI?
Your Honor, I did review the PSI with Mr. Erickson, and as Mr. Erickson sits here today, he is 20 years old. He is not 21. His birthday is Tuesday, September 21st. And so the PSI is wrong when it states that he's 21 years old.
Okay, anything else? Thank you. People's presentation and argument.
Your Honor, the way I'd like to proceed is we have, at the time, 15 individuals who would like to address the court. I'd like to proceed with them in the order that we have. Judge, I mean, I've been through this a number of times. You have too. You know that from time to time, there are those who simply don't wish to speak, who may ultimately change their mind. That list could be very long. And I'll follow up with my own comments before we. The first victim that would like to address the court is Nikki Giasoli.
Hi, my name is Nikki Giasoli, Nykigiasolli. I'll be reading a statement from my daughter, Nui, N-U-I, Silverstein, S-I-L-B as in boy, E-R-S-T-E-I-N, first, and then my statement. Nui writes, I've spent the last 2.5 years trying to piece together some easier way to describe my feelings and emotions when coming to this event. I finally determined that there will never be an easier way to say the words, I was in a school shooting. Having to spend the last 2.5 years explaining to staff members at my job why they couldn't pop the airbags near me because it caused flashbacks and anxiety attacks. Having to notify staff members at my college why I needed to visit classrooms before class started so I could find all the exits. So if another situation such as this were to happen, I would know how to get myself to safety. Then worst of all, having to explain to them that while I am a good employee and I'm not a flake, I might get called away at a moment's notice to testify at proceedings. I know they don't care what any of us truly think or say. They've accepted their fates. A friend told me something a while ago. He said that for every life they ruined in and out of that classroom, you should strive to make 1,000 lives better. For every person they hurt, you should try to heal thousands more. I know I can't stop all school shooters, but I can try my hardest to prevent kids from feeling that this is a viable option. Pardon me. Whenever I think of Kendrick, I will think of the sacrifice and the bravery of the man that saved me. That if I could switch places with, I know me and countless others would do. Kendrick will always be a name that makes me cry. Not tears of sadness, but tears of gratitude. I know I will never be able to repay Kendrick and his parents for what they've lost, but I will spend the rest of my life trying to make sure that this family's sacrifice is not forgotten. Thank you. That was from Nui. Your Honor, throughout the past 2.5 years, I have had and been privy to countless conversations about how the events of May 7th, 2019 have affected people. As this day was approaching, I was burdened by its gravity and was hesitant to speak. A few weeks ago, I overheard a conversation between parents in which one said, "They wish they could speak to you today." I realized that having your attention and the opportunity to be heard is a privilege, not a burden. As a result, I thought I would share some of the relevant pieces of these conversations that echo constantly in my head, hoping they give you some insight into some of the more abstract consequences of that day. On May 7th, 2019, this man issued a life sentence to our community. He sentenced Kendrick to death. He sentenced John and Maria to a life without their beautiful son. A kind, generous young man in whom they invested every ounce of their being, intentionally raising him to be the antithesis of this man. He sentenced them to a lifetime of lovingly watching Kendrick's friends and classmates achieve their goals, accomplish great things, and transition through life's milestones. He sentenced some of the people in room 107 to a lifetime of anxiety, nightmares, constantly searching for exits, and others to a lifetime of distrust, random crippling panic attacks, and flashbacks. Many will spend the rest of their lives trying to understand how, in that unspeakable chaos, their brain could have been so consumed with getting to safety that they couldn't process that there was a person, their classmate, that they were stepping around as they ran out that door. They're sentenced to a lifetime of wondering if somehow they had processed that situation faster, one would have stopped to help Kendrick if they could have saved him. A lifetime of what ifs. He sentenced the families in room 107 to a lifetime of approaching holidays, accomplishments, and celebrations with the knowledge that if not for Kendrick and the other brave souls in room 107, these moments would not be. He sentenced us all to a lifetime of trying to feel joy while simultaneously feeling gut-wrenching sorrow for John and Maria, and a lifetime of trying to disentangle these two polar opposite emotions. He sentenced the other teachers, students, staff, parents to a lifetime of living with the knowledge that they are not immune. This happened in our community. To a lifetime of trying to heal, trying to be brave, pretending they're okay, trying to not be that kid or that person when something seemingly normal frightens them or when emotion rears its head. Trying to figure out what normal should look like as they move through life wondering who may endanger them next, and that if they let their guard down, it could happen again. He sentenced the deputies, SWAT, firefighters, and EMT to a lifetime of the mental images of seeing a young man shot dead in his classroom with his bleeding classmates trying to stop this shooter and others frantically, desperately searching for something they could try to stop the bleeding with. As we learned that in the months leading up to May 7th, 2019, this man and his partner planned mass murder in their free time, planning ways to murder their unsuspecting friends, classmates, and community members was their recreation. It brought them pleasure. From their fantasy of throwing a party, locking everybody in a building and setting it on fire, to their plan to line up our kids, our babies, against the whiteboard and gun them all down. This was the pleasure that they pursued. As this man carefully planned how he would acquire his father's guns and use them to terrorize his classmates, how he would set his family home ablaze so responders would be elsewhere, allowing him more time to kill the maximum amount of people. Not once did he allow his conscience to prevail. If it had, we wouldn't be here. When they concealed the guns, packed an immense amount of ammunition, when they pulled the magnets off the doors, preventing anyone on the outside from helping, when they blocked both exits so no one could escape, there was no thought of compassion or leniency, no respect for life. He calculated and used every tool at his disposal for maximum harm and to perpetrate evil. I respectfully request that as you prepare to issue your punishment for this loathsome act, that you consider the value of all the lives that were saved by the bravery of Kendrick and the others. These courageous individuals did not react to save themselves. They acted selflessly to save others. Please loudly and boldly honor the value of every life he attempted to take and the courage and sacrifice of the brave individuals who stopped him by issuing the maximum sentence for each attempted murder count consecutively. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brockler?
Aaron Christian would like to address the board, Your Honor.
My name is Erin Christian, ERINCHRISTIAN. There is no way to adequately encapsulate the horror that Devon wreaked upon my life due to his actions on May 7th, 2019. When I found out that he was one of the gunmen, my knees buckled. While he was shooting bullets into the bodies of his classmates, into the walls and ceiling of our school, I huddled on the floor on the other side of the wall, in clear sight of a note that he had written me in 7th grade. It was pinned on a corkboard above my desk, and I kept student cards and notes for a long time. His was on a piece of copy paper that had a pencil printed on it, and the white space at the bottom, he had thanked me and called me his favorite teacher. Devon's 7th grade year was my first year of teaching, and I was brand new to Colorado and the profession. I felt unsure of myself in a lot of ways, worried that I were somehow letting my students down with how green I was at the time. But notes like his from other students reminded me of why I was pursuing this career path. I had to have done some things right. I have since destroyed his note. Never would I have guessed that the talented, bright, effervescent boy that I knew at that time would take a precious life like Kendrick's and traumatize so many others. The screams and the gunshots, the blood and the terror have lived with me every day since May 7th. I would hear his phantom voice yelling, "I have a gun," every time roofers in my neighborhood used a nail gun. A loud door slam to this day at a different school conjures up images for me of blood in the hallway. The horrible song, Pumped Up Kicks, sends me into hysterical crying whenever I hear it played in a public setting, which is lamentably too often. My sleep is broken and restless, and I wake up with headaches and jaw pain from grinding my teeth on an almost daily basis. In the immediate days after, at the crisis center and vigils, I hugged Devon's classmates and his friends, my coworkers. I held them as we cried together, and I heard them all say, "We didn't know." So many students and staff expressed such remorse, such heavy guilt, as if somehow some kind word or gesture, some action as yet unknown, could have softened his heart and steered him down a different path. But what could we have done? We will never know, but it isn't our fault. We didn't make that choice to harm others. We didn't have murder in our hearts. That is solely on the shoulders of those who pulled the triggers. I've always been an anxious person by nature, but the shooting has triggered in me a profound depression that I have never experienced prior. There are so many days when I struggle with a crushing sense of emptiness and loss. My brain has become a battlefield upon which I fight for hope and joy. Devon's violence has altered me, but also strengthened me, because I do rise from that tar-like darkness that threatens to envelop me time and time again, to not only find that I have hope and joy, but work to be a source of it for others. I have not been defeated by the cruelty that he brought with him on May 7th. Our community will not be defeated. In the 2 years, 4 months, and 10 days since the shooting, I have worked doggedly to heal from my trauma. But PTSD causes neurobiological changes in the brain. And there are some things that never fully leave a person. And thus I will never fully be the version of myself that I was on May 6th. None of us in the school were given a choice as to what would happen to us on that day or how we would be irrevocably changed. Kendrick was not given a choice. But those of us who have survived, we do have choices now. I choose to continue on my path toward healing and supporting the community that Devon tried to destroy. I choose to remain a source of positivity for the world. I choose to continue to care for, support, and trust my students. His betrayal of our community did not rob me of that, nor did it rob so many other community members who have rallied since then. Finally, I choose to forgive him and wish that he learned from this rock bottom of his life. This is the last kind word I have for him. Violence is never the answer to pain or loneliness or suffering. The only answer is love, and Kendrick had that in abundance. I choose to be like Kendrick.
You. Mr. Brockler.
Aiden Morrison, Your Honor.
My name is Aiden Morrison, AIDEN MORRISON. There you go. My name is Aiden. I've never talked to Devon, never met Devon, but for some reason he still had some hate in him that wanted to destroy my life. Some random kid you've never met. Before May 7th, I was just an average 8th grader going about my day. On the last days of school, I had a soccer tournament that weekend. I was in room 103 with Miss Hoffman, working on a history project I had. I was filming some scene with Nikita Khrushchev where he was sipping tea and telling us about Russia. While we were filming this, we heard someone say, "Nobody effing move, I have a gun." My teacher then ushered us into the corner of the room, where we heard many gunshots and a lot of yelling. During this, I texted my mom. A kid yelled, "They have a gun and now we're on lockdown. I'm scared." I thought that might be the last time I ever talked to her. I thought I might die. I thought, is someone else dead? Is anyone else hurt? In hindsight, this doesn't really seem like something an 8th grader would be thinking on a Tuesday in the last month of school. When I was leaving my classroom that day, I had to walk through the emergency exit where there was a puddle of blood. I know now that that was Kendrick's blood. It's still on the shoes I was wearing that day. And it still impacts me to my day, to this day. I spend almost every night trying to avoid sleep so I don't have a nightmare where May 7th plays again in my head. So I don't wake up fearing somebody outside my door with a gun. I still go to STEM, but it made it very unbearable. Every time a door slams or someone stomps, I have to check behind me and check the door to make sure there's no one there with a gun. You've given me PTSD and made it so I can't be happy anymore. You think you're cool for that if you sat there throughout the trial showing no remorse. Devon's a monster and a failure. Somehow I'll overcome my PTSD and be able to go out in public with my family again. But I hope Devon can't. I hope Devon suffers as much pain as he's put me through. I hope Devon is in prison for the rest of his life and never sees the outside world again. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brockler.
Garrett Lowry.
Your Honor, my name is Garrett Lowry, GarrettLowry. I came here today extremely unprepared, as you can see. I came here so I could get one final piece of closure that I felt I could never get. The events that unfolded on May 7, 2019 were no events that any 8th grader or any elementary student should have had to experience. And as somebody who was in 8th grade during the events of the shooting in room 106 across the hall, to this day I can still not comprehend what had happened. I cannot imagine what went through somebody's brain to commit these horrid actions against me, my friends. That day I was in math. I was going through quadratic equations with Miss Giese. And at 1:53, we heard somebody hit the wall and shots were fired. To this day, I still have flashbacks while doing quadratic equations. And to this day, I haven't worn this necklace since the day of the shooting. I promised myself that I would not touch this here necklace until he was brought to justice. And that day has come. Your Honor, I hope that you give him the maximum sentence for each attempted murder and bring it into your heart that he tried to murder hundreds of students, traumatize thousands. I have friends that don't even want to leave their home anymore. I have friends that have quit school due to their trauma. And I wish he never sees the light of day. Thank you.
Thank you. Brockler.
Jennifer Kraus.
Hi, Your Honor. My name is Jennifer Kraus, Kraus. I'm Mitchell's mom. I wasn't going to speak, but this morning, for the first time, we went and saw Kendrick this morning, and I figured I owed it to him. It occurred to me, I don't know why it didn't occur to me before, that he achieved in his short life more than most people do in an entire lifetime and then some. And it also occurred to me that my son was no longer going to be a victim. He and the others that have survived this are now survivors. They're no longer victims. You can't have my son. Instead, I'd like to go on with life as well as my family, instead of letting Devon Erickson haunt us anymore, to focus on the good people and the good things that are coming. I would like to focus on Kendrick and remember him and remember his goodness and remember all the kids in the classroom that had the amazing bravery, and the teachers and our first responders, and oh my God, the police, and they're so amazing. I know oftentimes it feels like maybe they don't feel like they get enough respect, but they were there in our hour of need and when we needed them the most, and I will never, ever, ever forget them. And I will always remember how much I appreciate them. I also want to remember and appreciate the doctors that saved my son's life. And I want to remember Rocco and Logan. If they hadn't done what they had done, I don't know if my son would still be here. They're my heroes as well. I want to remember the DAs and everything they've gone through. And thank you so much for letting George stay on this case. It meant the world. And I thank you so much for that. You're amazing. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I want to remember our jurors that took so much time out of their own personal lives to really be open-minded and be here for us and give us justice. And I want to thank you for what you do and for having to sit in this courtroom day after day and listen to these monstrous tales of people that should no longer be amongst us. And I want to put the name of Devon Erickson to rest. I never want to think of him again. I never want to speak his name again. He will be gone to me. Only the beautiful sound of Kendrick Castillo and all of the survivors and the good people and the people that help. No longer him, ever again. You can't have this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brockler.
Calista Baraga, Your Honor.
Kalissa Braga, Kalissa. Braga is Braga.
We are finally to the point of someone deciding your life's path.
You made a choice, multiple choices, that got you here today. The problem is, those choices changed my life path also, my kids' life path, my family's. Everything changed on May 7th, 2019 for us. Not because of what we did, but because of your choices. I understand your defense team spent months trying to prove that these weren't actually your choices, that you were forced that day. But the jurors saw through that. We all saw through that. You see, you had so many times when you could have stopped it, where you could have made another choice and sent us all down another life path. I hate that your choice, not ours, is why we are all different and why we're all hurting and broken. Trauma. We all think we know what it is, but man, once you're living it, it's when you truly know. It's when your kids at 5 or 7 or 10 can tell someone that they've been in a school shooting so they can no longer do that, whether it be practicing riflery at Boy Scouts or enjoying fireworks on the 4th of July. They know what their triggers are most of the time. They know what they're comfortable with or not. We've spent 2 years in weekly counseling to get to that point, but we shouldn't have to, and we wouldn't have to if you hadn't orchestrated and carried out the May 7th shooting. It was another normal day. My 2nd and 5th grader went to school. I dropped my 5-year-old at preschool for the morning while running errands with the 11-month-old I nannied. After a call from a fellow PTO mom whose son was sick in the ER, I agreed to change my plans from heading to STEM on Thursday to serve lunch to this day instead to cover her shift. A little harder since I had the baby in preschool pickup, but not a big deal. It was Teacher Appreciation Week, and we were trying our best to show as much love as possible to our staff at STEM. It was almost the end of the year, and everyone was ready to be done, so it was a great week to thank them all for giving everything to our kids. Little did I know how truly thankful for them all I would be by the end of the day. I got to Sam pushing the baby in his car seat and stroller after grabbing my 5-year-old from preschool and helped move food from the elementary lounge to the middle school lounge. We were there often, and it was normal for my little one. She spent her time trying to grab goodies from the food we were setting out and had just settled at a table with the cookie while talking to the baby by her. And then it all started. The screaming, the shooting, and the chaos. I quickly ran from the lounge to the staff bathroom with the help from a staff member in order to hide with the kids. The lounge had mostly glass doors, and I was too worried that I wouldn't be able to hide the stroller safely in there. So to the bathroom we went. As we sat on the cold floor of a men's one-room bathroom, I realized there was really nowhere to go. I managed to wedge the 2 kids between the sink and the toilet so that if bullets came from either way, they would be somewhat protected there. Unfortunately, what I didn't know was it also put us on the other side of the wall of the hallway where everything happened. Pretty certain we were not leaving alive, I silently called my husband on my phone to tell him goodbye. He argued with me as nothing was on the news and no notifications had gone out at this point, as lockdown hadn't even started yet. And then he was notified and the announcement overhead started. Locks, lights, out of sight. I heard that recording for weeks everywhere I went. My 5-year-old would sing it without even realizing it, another factor of trauma you never think about. I whispered to my husband that I loved him. He begged me not to hang up the phone no matter what, though many times I was too scared to breathe, let alone talk to him. My 5-year-old got on to talk to him. He and I were assuming it was probably the last time. To watch your baby call the love of your life and tell him how she's being so quiet and so good, it's heartbreaking. She had no idea she was saying goodbye. She was just proud of how good she was being. In fact, for weeks, every single person she met, she would start by telling them there was a shooter at the school, and she stayed really quiet and was really good. Not many people know how to answer back to that when that's how a little girl introduces herself to them, but it was a huge part of her for a long time. Because of your choice, it always will be. Many times I'd hear shouting and screaming and things breaking, assuming they were coming my way, but somehow these tiny people with me didn't say a word. I still don't know how to this day. My 5-year-old, who is 7 now, never stops talking, and the poor baby had been due for a bottle when this all began. I had planned to run in, help set up and go, so I hadn't even brought in the diaper bag. But still, not a word from either one. We just had to wait. And eventually, the door was broken into. We had been in the dark for quite a while, so when the door was broken into suddenly, with light streaming in, and 3 large men with rifles silhouetted in the light, I froze. One of those rifles was pointed straight at my 5-year-old's forehead. And that sweet girl looked at me and asked me if they were going to shoot her. At this point, I had figured out that they were SWAT. I promised her that no, they were the good guys. So the same one who had pointed a rifle moved it to his back and picked her up and was running out of the school with her in front of him. She still tells us now some of the things she saw on the way out, and none are things meant for any child, kid, or person. I'm not sure what she all saw. It took me much longer to make it out with the stroller over the broken glass, while hiding periodically from what they thought was a possible third shooter still. And it wasn't over. We were now running out of the school, hiding behind cars, running from one to another, ushering kids to what we were hoping was the next safe spot. We got past the cars, saw snipers on the roof, and began running down the driveway, across the street, and now we waited. You see, I had made it out at this point, but I still had 2 kids inside. Many friends and many friends' kids. I sent multiple pictures of friends as I found their kids, handed my phone over to kids to call their families. Not real long after, my 2nd grader made her way out with her class. She was cold and scared, but she was there. My 5th grader, he still hadn't made it out. In fact, no matter who I asked, no one knew where he or his class was. As much as I wanted to, I couldn't get back in to find him, so I did what I could to help load kids onto buses and help keep them out of the rain. I sent my 5- and 7-year-old with my 2nd grader's teacher, as she is a close friend and I trusted her. I knew my husband would be at the rec center by now to meet them. I kept the baby with me in the stroller to try to keep him dry and safe. At this point, all the kids on our side had been loaded up and taken to the rec center, and still no one could tell me where my son was. I finally crawled into the back of a police cruiser with a victim's advocate to avoid the continued rain, though I was soaked by this point, but refused to leave until I knew where he was. I couldn't do it because it felt like giving up. We sat there in the rain, watching everyone slowly leave, me a mess of emotions, when I finally have a call on my phone from an unknown number. I answered, and hear my son on the other end of the phone. And that's when I lost it. He was safely at the rec center. In fact, he was one of the first out. He's the one on the front page picture with his hands up with his class every time the story makes the news again. He was alive. And I know every second of every day how lucky I was to say that. How lucky I was to take my babies all home. How lucky my husband, whose whole family was inside, was to take us home. We know not everyone got to do that. But what we know is we aren't the same. My kids and my family is broken. Broken because of your choices. Because instead of taking responsibility for your actions and owning up to them, you shot up a school. You're a coward and a murderer. My now 10-year-old used to be an outgoing, spunky, try-anything kid. She's too scared to even go to the bathroom alone at school now because she's scared of being stuck in there during a shooting. She holds my hand almost everywhere in public. She doesn't miss anything. Any flinch I have, she sees. She reacts. It literally never leaves us. My youngest. At Home Depot one time, she saw broken glass on the ground in the garden center and was suddenly gone. We found her hiding because she assumed there was a shooter there because of all the glass that ran over on the way out of the school that day. Yes, my baby associates broken glass with someone trying to kill her. I can't go anywhere with people around unless I'm on the edge or at a wall, so no one is behind me. I've almost jumped on an unmarked security guard at church because I thought he was a gunman. I could give you almost daily examples of how this has affected our family, but every family in that school has a similar story. My son and my husband try so hard to be strong, to take care of everyone, but that shouldn't be on their shoulders. I hate that they feel they have to do that you did that to them, to us. There's so many examples of how this has affected us, all of us. You have a list of charges of named victims, but that's not even close to the list of actual victims. Please, Your Honor, remember during sentencing that there's a school, a community, a large group of people affected by this, people who will live with this for the rest of their lives, people who feel guilty for being affected because it wasn't as bad as someone else's, or people who are reminded daily. To the defendant, I hope you will live that horrible day the rest of your life. I hope you regret every choice you made that day. But most of all, I hope you remember that you could have stopped it all and you didn't. You made the choice, so live with it. I know we all are.
Mr. Brockler.
Heather Morrison, you're up.
Hi, Your Honor. I apologize. I'm a nervous speaker as it is. Judge Slade and Devon, this is one of the two hardest letters I've ever had to write, the other one being to your co-defendant. How does one sum up so much pain and suffering through the eyes of their children in a way it affects the whole family unit in one letter? See, I go back and forth between telling you the truth about how bad things have been or telling you how we're going to survive and you're not going to affect us any longer. Because, Devon, you wanted to affect us. We heard it every day sitting here. In your twisted thinking and immature mind, you felt like you were the center of the world. So much so that you took it upon yourself to affect every child, teacher, adult, and family in that school that day. 2 of my kids were in school that day, 2 of the 5. One was in 6th grade and upstairs. He's basically only affected by the lockdown sounds now. But my other son, who just spoke, Aiden, let you know how much more directly impacted he was. He was one of the kids in the hallway, enjoying the last few days of school, having silly fun with their friends, filling projects for social studies class. You and your co-defendant yelled, quote, "Get the fuck down," and began slamming people against walls. My son was on the other side of that door. He heard everything you said. The teacher's class that he was in at the time, their training told him not to let him back into that classroom. Thank God she did, because that's what saved my kid's life. Because of your incompetence, bullets didn't always just spray into 107, but into all the other classrooms as well. My son cowered in that room, sending a text to his brothers, his dads, his sisters, and I. I still have that text, and I won't share it with you because that's the thing that I have that you can't take. But he said something to the effect of, "Mom, I'm sorry we argued about picking up my room last night. Someone's got a gun. He's yelling to get the fuck down, and I don't think I'm gonna make it out." He heard all the wrestling in 107. When SWAT came in to take him out, he put his hands up because he knew that he didn't need to get shot too. So he wasn't able to take his phone to the rec center. It took us 5 hours to find out if our kid was alive or dead. He stepped over all the bullets that came out of your co-defendant's pockets. He stepped through Kendrick's blood. He still has the blood on those shoes and the pants that he was wearing that day. When I finally found him, he had blood on his hands and all over his clothes. He didn't visibly stop shaking for 3 days after. Devon, I know you're immature, and I know you don't know what it's like to be an adult. You probably never will know what it's like to have children because of this. But Devon, when you finally mature and you're sitting in that cell for the rest of your life, God willing, thinking about what you've done, I hope you somehow, some way learn to understand the sheer horrific position that you've put everyone in. After I received that text, Devon, I didn't hear from my son for 5 hours. We didn't know if he was alive or dead.
I was in my emergency medical technician training at the time and had access to all the radios that the paramedics and police were using. I knew what time to run over to the rec center, and I knew to look for the board if my kid's name was on it or not. I grew up in a bad childhood myself, Devon. I had parents that today probably would not be recognized for the great brand of discipline that they provided. But everyone has a story, and so many are not dissimilar to you or your co-defendants. The difference between you and all the other people, Devon, is that most people turn their tough lives into how can I help? They go into nursing, they go into teaching, they go into emergency medicine, they go into being a police officer. How can I help the kids that were in the position I was in? How can I help my community? How can I help other kids and parents to learn how to better handle their emotions so that I don't inflict more pain? Devon, you thought you were this big, tough thing behind a gun. You're so arrogant that you wrote the word God on your chest. Everybody has trouble, Devon, everybody. And you chose to take your typical teenage stupidity and made everyone else suffer. That's your deficiency, Devon. See, because you didn't know my kids. My kids were in middle school and kindergarten. What you would have known if you'd actually gotten sober and manned up and did what you were supposed to do was to know that if you knew us, we would have taken both you and your co-defendant in. We would have loved you. We would have helped him in his transition. We would have supported you. I would have helped you get any help you needed, because that's the kind of household I live in. But instead, you and your co-defendant decided to destroy our lives. My son, who was in 8th grade at the time, has been working since the age of 5 years old to get ready to live out his dream of going to the United States Air Force Academy. It's been in his mind since 3rd grade to take on extracurricular activities, to take more challenging classes, to volunteer in his community, not only because it's the right thing to do, because that work would help him fulfill his dream of being in the academy. There's a good chance, Devon, that you took that from him. Since this has happened, he can't sleep a full night the past 2.5 years. He still has dreams about running from bullets. He still relives it all in his head any given time of day. We're unable to take family trips now, which is something that we couldn't even try to do until last year because we were taking care of our responsibilities. We can't close doors in our house because of the noise they make. We can't go to playgrounds with my twin 5-year-olds. We can't go to swimming pools. We can't go into stores because everywhere we go, my son is looking for the nearest exit. We can't hear kids laugh and cry and play because it sounds too much like the kids that day in the room. He's had to be medicated for the depression, for the PTSD, for the anxiety, for the sleep he doesn't get. You took his sense of security, you took his sense of safety, and you took every child in that school's innocence way earlier than they ever should have had to face. The one thing I looked back on and so grateful for, Devon, was that you and your co-defendant were absolute idiots. Because neither one of you had half a brain cell, the body count at that school would have been so much higher. And the fact that you thought the heroes in that room that day would not have stopped either one of you is beyond me. It's because of the heroes in that room that you weren't able to carry out the rest of your plan. I hope you remember for the rest of your life that when even hiding behind a gun, you still couldn't be successful. And you know why that is? Because when evil shows up in the face of good, it never wins. What's even more ironic than all of this, Devon, is that you couldn't even do it sober. You hid behind drugs, you hid behind a gun, and you hated your own family enough that you tried to set their house on fire. I thank God every day that you and your co-defendant were so stupid that you had the most see-through plan, stoned yourself to such oblivion that you couldn't function, and didn't even know how to use the guns properly. See, Devon, most of us understand that high school sucks. It sucks for everyone. But good people go on and they learn that it was sucking for everyone else too, just in different ways.
When you finally mature and you finally understand, well, we were all just going through our own thing and yours wasn't that much different than anyone else's. You'll be old, running in a cell hopefully, and think, what the heck did I do? Devon, you took away so many dreams of so many kids that are affected for the rest of their lives, and they actually put in the work to get those lives for themselves. To any parole board members, judges, or anyone else who may look at these statements in the future, it's my sincere opinion that Devon and his co-defendant cannot be rehabilitated. It's my opinion that since he should serve the rest of his life behind bars, I know that although my family and I may recover, we will not ever not be serving a punishment inflicted on us by Devon and his co-defendant for the rest of our lives. The punishment comes to us through altered plans, like for my son who likely will not be able to serve in the military now and protect his country. It affects my autistic oldest son, who wasn't in the building but tried to stay on the phone with his brother to try to keep him calm while my husband and I ran to the rec center to see if our kids were still alive. It comes in my career of serving others through nursing and medicine, because I constantly worry if I leave the house today, I may not see my kids tomorrow. School is a place where not all kids feel safe because of fitting in or worrying about not being popular or about making a sports team. But you've inflicted on my family the very real fear of having to worry that my kids are going to be killed by a kid with no guidance who decide to hide behind a gun. Devon, if you or your co-defendant ever reached out to the people who cared so much about you at school, all the teachers, all the students, we would have helped you. We would have been there for you. I would have welcomed you with open arms. I would have tutored you so you could graduate. My husband would have tutored you so you could graduate. We would have helped your co-defendant in his transition. We would have let you stay in our home anytime you felt like you couldn't be at home or didn't feel safe. But instead, you decided to take a gun and destroy our lives. You even destroyed kindergartners. There is kindergarten through 12th grade at that school. He committed this crime in the middle school section. They were just little kids. And I hope that one day you mature enough that you can understand the true depths of how heinous your act has been. I hope you spend the rest of your life incarcerated, reflecting on the understanding that the safety that you took from so many people. There are thousands and thousands of people who are now affected by your cowardly actions. So Devon, now when it comes down to it, what we have, and God willing you'll never see again, is our freedom in our lives. Even though you've altered it for the last 2.5 years intensely, and you may to a degree for the rest of our lives, you will have the rest of your life knowing that you killed one of the kindest souls on the planet, and you robbed a childhood from so many people. I hope you sit with that, and sit with that, and sit with that. I pray whatever you believe in forgives you someday, because Devon, I don't know how much the rest of us will be able to. And when you're sitting in that cell 20 and 30 years from now, we'll be living life and you'll be a mere anecdote in our story. I pray that we as the people on the outside can get back on track. But Devon, even if we aren't getting back on the track we're on, we're still going to be better than what you and your coward co-defendant did. I ask you, Judge Slade, that looking at these statements anytime in the future for parole hearings or probation or whatever the court system holds for Devon in his future, I ask that you never release this person. He's shown he just doesn't care. He showed not 1 ounce of remorse during the trial, the whole 3 weeks. He didn't show an ounce of remorse every other court hearing that we've been at. It's my solid belief that this person cannot be rehabilitated. This person's blamed everyone else for his crimes, and he takes no accountability on his own. So I beseech that you never let him out, because Devon, you'll always be Devon, the coward that couldn't, and we will always be STEM strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next person comes up, I want to remind everybody to direct your comments to me. The Brockler.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I hope I pronounced this right. Sakita Sprague.
Your Honor, for giving me an opportunity to speak today. I was really hesitant.
Hold on.
Oh, my name is Sakitha Sprague. My first name is spelled S like Sierra, Ykeetha. Last name Sprague, S like Sierra, Prague. I'm the mother of Khalil McRoy, otherwise known as Kai. I felt I needed to make a statement because ever since May 7th, 2019, I've had this confusion and inability to even look John and Maria in the eyes because I also am the mother of an only child. And every time I celebrate Christmas or his birthday or Mother's Day, I can't help but think about the pain they must be going through with the loss of Kendrick. I can't stop asking, what possessed you to do something so horrible? I become so angry every time I remember May 7th, 2019. I grew up in an extremely unsafe community. From my earliest memories, violence was an everyday occurrence. I wanted a different life for my child. I prayed from the moment God blessed me with my son Kai that he would never have to suffer the horrible experiences and memories I encountered in my childhood. But on May 7th, 2019, that hope came to an abrupt end when you, Devon Erickson, decided to take it upon yourself to unleash your evil plan in Miss Harper's classroom. The pain of your actions have and will continue to cause devastating pain. Your actions on May 7th, 2019 have robbed so many lives, created so many wounds. Mere words cannot express how deeply the pain of your actions have scarred. How dare you take it upon yourself to shatter so many hopes, wishes, dreams with your selfish, murderous actions? 1,000,000 years could not heal the pain of your actions on May 7th, 2019. Your actions can never be undone. I pray daily that God can heal the wounds, the scars, the pain your evil actions have caused in so many lives. I pray that you acknowledge what you have done. I pray that you beg forgiveness of each and every person you have harmed. But most of all, I pray God have mercy on your soul for robbing us of Kendrick. Thank you.
Mr. Brockler.
Your Honor, Nakia Thomas, please.
My name is Nakia, it's spelled Nykiah, Thomas, Thomas. My daughter, Masaya, she was in algebra class on May 7th. She was shot. At the time, we didn't know how many times because both her legs were bleeding. What I remember from that day was her calling me and telling me she was shot. And she did not know how many times because both of her legs were bleeding. The doctor told her that they would not remove the bullet. Excuse me. It was too close to our femoral artery. Judge, I think that they knew better. The statement I can remember them or Devon saying is, "Don't put your hands on the trigger unless you're ready to shoot." This showed no regard for human life. He deliberately shot at all these students and caused my daughter to be shot in the process. She was 14 years old, had no idea what was going on. She often tells me about being drugged through other people's blood. And how her clothes were ripped off. She tells me of how she was drugged out in other people's blood and how it just happened so fast. I think he deserves whatever consequences he gets for his demonic actions. I just wanted to say we will always remember Kendrick and the sacrifices he made for the rest of these kids that were impacted. All I ask is that you give him the maximum sentence that he deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brockler.
Your Honor, Eurizia Ojeda Ayala and Fernando Montoya.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for allowing us to address you. My name is Eurizia Ojeda Ayala, YURITZIAOJEDA-AYAL.
My name is Fernando Montoya, FERNANDOMONTOY.
Your Honor, our life changed forever. On May 7, 2019, that was the day our son, Gerardo Montoya Ojeda, was shot several times. Once in the head that went in and out, another one in the arm, left arm, bicep, that also went in and out, and another bullet also on the left arm. That was only a graze. Up until now, 2 years later, our family has been going through a lot, not only emotionally, physically, but also economically at some point. We've never imagined that our son, our family has to go through all of this. We drove many miles every single day for our son and our daughter to be at a school where they can succeed, they could be challenged. Since that moment, we received the text from my daughter that there was a shooting happening. Our life has tremendously took a different turn. We both suffer from anxiety, Just having the fear that our son or our daughter will be hurt, or just thinking that they would ever go back to school and we'll be able to hold them again. As a mother and as an educator, I struggle a lot. It's a tremendous challenge to go to work and just thinking that in my elementary school where I work, there could be a shooting happening. You know, that's always throughout the day that I get triggered or there's anxiety kicks in. Just having the fear, you know, that this can happen in my own school. I look at my students and I see my son and my daughter. I continue to struggle going to sleep. We all have the same trouble sleeping and resting. This crime that Devon committed, that he planned to kill everyone in room 107, has been devastating for our family.
As a father, feels that this can happen again. The fears that my wife call from school or text me that it's another shooting is happening in her school or my son or my daughter. It's still the fear in there. It's very horrible to keep up with this on our family, and I believe in everybody else. We lost a very brave young man, Kendrick Castillo, and we could have lost many more as well, the teachers, good teachers, and we just want the right justice for all of us.
Up until now, it's been 2 years, and both my son and my daughter have not been able to go back to school. They've isolated. They're at home. That's the only place they feel safe. We do our best we can to support them, keep them safe, bring back the joy, the happiness moments, you know, and just to live our life as normal as possible. My son has had physical therapy for the past 2 years, and that had only support and strengthened his arm, but it did not take the pain away. He now has to live with the pain every single day of that bullet that went in and out his arm and how damage it did, the damage that it caused. He has to live with that pain the rest of his life. Another challenge in his life that he has to face every single day because of this coward murdered acts that Devon did. My daughter has had anxiety attacks, has isolated, has not been able to go back to school. She's a junior this year in high school. She should be with friends, socializing, having fun. My son had dreams of being a soccer player and playing with college or university level, and those dreams have shattered. He has not been able to play. He cannot trust anybody, not even his friends. My daughter has not been able to be back to her swimming team, has not been able to ice skate because they both lost the innocence and lost the trust on May 7th. We're finding ways to be as adventurous and happy and outdoors all the time that we've used to. We're trying our best to do that, but it's so hard. It's a struggle that we have to face every single day. And we know with the faith of God, we will get there. But we definitely want the justice, not only for us, but for everybody. On May 7, a precious life was taken, the life of Kendrick Castillo, our hero. Your Honor, we know that there's still a lot ahead of us. My daughter, being a junior, has a long journey still of education. And my son, getting closer to college, he continues to take online classes. And we know that hopefully one day they will be back at school. Hopefully, we pray for him, for her, for everybody, for John and Maria, that they never get to see their son again. Your Honor, we know that there are two major purposes in criminal justice. One is to pursue the justice of the protection of the innocent. However, we're both convinced that for the purposes to be met, that Devon should be punished with the maximum available sentence without the possibility of parole. He deserves that. And for the rest of them, for all of the people who were hurt, not only in room 107, but everybody who was traumatized that day on that May 7th, deserve that this is giving to him, Kendrick Castillo, and to ensure that the message that is sent to the community, to our country, to our state, is that in hopes that these type of crimes will end. I want to direct the attention to the evil acts, that Devon Erickson committed. I hope you analyze it to the fullest extent, and justice could be forever served. The pain that he inflicted upon us and everyone that day will continue for many years. We do not want another school shooting. A place where kids should be have fun, should be learning, socializing, and the place where they spend most of the day, more even than at home, should continue to be a safe place. And for that to happen, we need to send that message to people who are cowards, just like that murderer, to receive the maximum sentence and pay for all the pain that he has inflicted and the life that he has taken. We thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Brockler.
Alison Thompson, Your Honor.
My name is Alison Thompson, ALISONTHOMPSON. May 7th, 2019 was supposed to be an ordinary day. Kendrick came into one of my classes and we started planning our senior trip for that summer. We were going to go camping and Kendrick was being stubborn about going somewhere he didn't know very well. He left that day with promises to hang out after school. May 10th, 2019 was supposed to be our last day of high school. We probably would have celebrated with Andy's in a drive through fancy neighborhoods in Kendrick's Jeeps, most likely spinning a story of why we might be visiting multi-million-dollar houses on the off chance our presence was questioned. May 18th, 2019, I was supposed to graduate with my best friend. June 27th, 2019, Kendrick was supposed to send me off to basic training at the Air Force Academy. We had it written down that it was one of the only times we were allowed to cry. Then, when we had kids, and maybe when we got married, that summer he was supposed to drive his Jeep through Rampart Range, watch me in basic, and take a couple videos of him yelling through a megaphone in the general direction of the academy that we could laugh at when I was out. What wasn't supposed to happen was me getting flashbacks to May 7th every morning when our doors were getting rattled to wake us up. I wasn't supposed to come close to tears thinking about what got me to the Air Force Academy, because Kendrick was always there, making sure I knew I was good enough to attend through all the doubts I had in the application process. I should have been crying like my roommates were because they missed their parents. Instead, I was crying because I was addressing my letters to John and Maria Castillo instead of Kendrick. Even now, my friends reflect on the moments that broke them during basic and can usually pinpoint a particularly hard PT session or meal. But I never felt that because I broke on May 7th. I broke when I was waiting in the high school parking lot to pick up my friend. Windows rolled down so I wouldn't have to turn on the AC, and I heard the gunshots I would later find out killed Kendrick. I broke when the parking lot swarmed with first responders of every department imaginable. I broke when I heard the sigh of relief from my brother when I answered the phone. I broke when he told me what was happening, and he said I love you for the first time. I broke when the text started rolling in from my friends still inside, but yet no reply from Kendrick. I broke when I was at the rec center, frantically searching for my friends and hearing rumors jumping around. Someone saying Kendrick's hurt, he's in the hospital. I broke when I saw John looking for his son, not knowing myself where he might be. When I absolutely shattered, though, was in the area between the double doors at the emergency room entrance. They wouldn't let us in, saying there's no Kendrick Castillo checked in, but I saw the other students in the lobby, so I thought there must be some sort of mix-up. But standing in the sliding glass doors, I heard the words, Kendrick didn't make it. Everything froze, and I fell to my knees, and I haven't been the same since. Because Devon Erickson woke up one day and made a decision to hurt other people, my best friend died. Because of him, my friends still deal with PTSD. Because of him, I'm going to carry this pain forever. August 7th, 2019 was my graduation from basic training at the academy. Kendrick was supposed to be there. He was supposed to sit behind me at the parade and say things to make me giggle so I'd get yelled at. Weekends throughout my first year of college were supposed to be him picking me up so I could get off base and he could take me off-roading. Instead, they were spent with me in my room, contemplating what would help fill this hole that was left in my heart on May 7th. On school breaks, I should be coming home to my friends and making fond memories, not avoiding my hometown at all costs, because everything is a constant reminder that Kendrick is never coming back. May of 2023, Kendrick was supposed to be there to watch me graduate and jokingly salute me. I wanted Kendrick to meet my kids, be a cool uncle, and teach them everything they could want about cars and adventuring. I wanted him to teach them what he taught me, how to have fun. I live every day afraid I might forget what Kendrick's laugh sounded like. I might forget the look on his face when I get quiet in the back of his car because I spilled the tiniest amount of ice cream on his seats, and I'm frantically trying to hide it with napkins. I might forget that one time he let me drive his car, and he acted like 10 miles an hour was 60, and if I put my hand on the inside of the steering wheel, it would snap my wrist in seconds. I might forget what holidays were like. The Christmas parties Kendrick would throw, and would get mad when we didn't pay attention to the movie he put on. The snack bar he had in his basement that I felt guilty taking from because it looked like it had been set up with such care. I'm afraid I'll forget what it felt like to be happy with him. I don't think I'm ever going to get to experience happiness again as I did in those moments with Kendrick. I've never met someone who could make everyone around them so happy, so effortlessly. Now he's gone. When I have kids, how am I going to be able to send them to school? For there might be people wanting to hurt them. What if my kids don't have a Kendrick in their class? What if my kids are the Kendrick for their class and they save their friends, but I lose my son or daughter? There's no amount of remorse that will ever fix or even make any part of what Devon did better. I used to look forward to going to college and growing up, knowing I was going to have friends like Kendrick I could always fall back on, no questions asked. Now the only thing I have left of my friend is his parking pass I hang on my wall and a K I wear around my neck. There's nothing that can be done to fix any of the emotional pain this has caused me, and there's no returning to who I was before this happened.
Thank you. Mr. Brockler.
Sheriff Tony Spurlock.
Your Honor, my name is Tony Spurlock. I'm the Sheriff of Douglas County. That's Spurlock. Like the District Attorney, I represent the people of Douglas County. And on May 7th, 2019, the murder of Kendrick Castillo and the attempted murders of all the victims that you've heard speaking today affected this county. And it affected the people that come through this county and know who this county is. I was at the scene that day and I witnessed my deputies carrying victims from the school, rushing them to ambulances and paramedics waiting around the building. That will never change. None of those officers will ever forget those days and those events. All of these victims' lives have been changed, and you've heard that. I ask you, Your Honor, to significantly change this defendant's life. I ask you to use the full weight of the law and sentence this defendant to the maximum amount of sentences possible by the state of Colorado. Thank you.
Mr. Brockler.
Josh Jones, Your Honor.
Hello, Your Honor. I'm just going to run through a couple of things I know because of the defendant. I know what it's like to be thrust into complete chaos in seconds. I know what it's like to not know where your friends, siblings, people that you love are for hours at a time. I know what it's like to have to call your mom. Not knowing whether you're gonna die or not. I know what it's like to get phantom pains in your leg because that's where you were shot twice by someone you thought you knew. I know so much more than I should for somebody my age. For somebody who hasn't done all that much. And importantly, I know the defendant doesn't care. He sees these tears, he doesn't care. He killed Kendrick and he doesn't care. He did this all pre-planned with his buddy, so that way, for unknown reasons to me. He needs to be in jail for as long as, I would implore you to put him in jail for as long as you possibly can. For as long as the law allows. Because he doesn't care, and he won't fix that, he won't change that. He's just gonna remain uncaring about this, in or out of jail. There's so much more that I know because of him. It would take hours to write down everything that I felt and learned because of him, good or bad. One of the most important things I know is that there are people out there willing to sacrifice their lives for you. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Brockler.
David Jones.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is David Jones, David Jones. After killing Kendrick Castillo, the defendant tried to kill my son, several other kids in that classroom. It took two men larger and stronger than him, beating on him and prying on his fingers to prevent that from happening. I'm going to choose my verb tenses very carefully. The defendant is a killer. The defendant is remorseless in planning. Your Honor, you represent the citizens of Douglas County and the state of Colorado. The current citizens of those two jurisdictions have made it clear that they do not want a remorseless killer walking their streets. I don't have a crystal ball, but I suspect 10 or 20 years in the American penal system will not help him develop the conscience and empathy he clearly lacks. Again, the future is opaque, but I suspect future citizens of Douglas County in the state of Colorado want a killer walking the streets no more than we do. I'm going to request that you serve those present and future citizens of those two jurisdictions by sentencing the defendant to the maximum sentences possible at all times, and if possible, to have those run concurrently. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brockler.
Brendan Biley, Your Honor.
I'm Brendan Biley, first name Brendan, Brendan, last name Biley, Bially. I don't have any intricate story to tell today, and there is really only one thing that I want to say. The defendant is a loser. And I don't say that as a pejorative or even as an insult. He walked into a classroom armed, full of vulnerable students, and lost. Everyone goes through a struggle, but attempting to shoot up a school as some form of retribution is as reprehensible as it gets. Give Mr. School Shooter Boyfriend the punishment he deserves. Thank you.
Mr. Brockler.
Lauren Harper, Your Honor.
Your Honor, to put the 2.5 years into one document is impossible. 2.5 years have passed since May 7th, and each day brings its own struggles. I had the belief before this that all my students were generally good people. My classroom was a place where students could safely explore the world around them, exchange ideas and discussion with others who saw life differently and from varied perspectives. I encouraged dialogue and introspection from my students, but mostly I encouraged respect and thoughtful consideration. My fellow teacher and I tried to make our classroom and our curriculum fun, entertaining, and engaging. Above all this, we wanted to be teachers that our students could come to us for anything. We tried to show them respect and give them a listening ear. We would joke with our students, and we tried to spur them on to seek out better lives, not only for themselves, but for those around them. We treated our students like adults and gave them the choice to ultimately seek greater understanding from what we could teach them. The moment that Devon brought a gun in is seared into every fiber of my being. The memory of the first shots that rang out into the room still cause me to hold my breath and tense up, even 2 years later. There's no describing the terror I still experience to this day when I encounter a flashback, hear a sudden loud noise, or even when I wake up from a nightmare. I still often have nightmares of that exact moment. I also have nightmares of the moment that I learned that Kendrick died. I will never forget the look a fellow teacher's eyes had when she had to be the one to deliver the news to me. This young man, who I had helped just 1 month before write a job resume, just 1 month before I had helped him celebrate his successes with his father. And now he is gone forever. I had to carry these burdens the last few years. The burdens of seeing my students in hospital beds with tubes and bloody bandages on them as their shocked and weeping parents look over their injuries. I have seen students shaking in fear, crying uncontrollably, desperately trying to explain and justify running for their lives and feeling shame that they too did not perish when Kendrick did. I have seen my fellow staff members living in constant fear. As every future student that walks into our classroom, as we scan over their belongings, wondering, is there a weapon inside? I have become afraid of my students. Students who I would never have second-guessed before now scare me. And in the same way, I have lost my trust in them. I now set up my classroom and I think of escape routes. I secretly scan over my students and their belongings multiple times when I teach a lesson. I watch every sudden movement, and often when my student leaves a room, I will guard the door, even while I am still teaching, to make sure that nothing is ever brought back in ever again. This is my daily routine. I now teach younger children because I am afraid of the older ones. I have spent years training to become a high school teacher and to pour into every single life of the teenagers I love. But now I'm terrified of them. I'm terrified of the ones I spent years learning to encourage. I have seen pictures and I have walked past the bloody stains of a young man who gave his life without hesitation for all of us. I have seen the holes not only in my room, but in the bodies of my students. I have lived for years and will continue to do so with the pain and anguish of seeing a grave where there should be a young engineer, a young man who would have changed this world and amazed us all with his genius. I look into the eyes of my students, their parents, my family, my community, and I see the deep gashes of anguish. Like shards of glass, our hearts will always be cut again and again with memories in the absence of what could have been. Then I hear jail phone calls and laughter and joking. I see a total absence of remorse. A feeling in this young man's eyes that I cannot help be filled with rage. At this person who actively tried to get away with mass murder. Devon has given every person in this room a life sentence. He's delivered a lifetime of pain, immeasurable sorrow, and the never-ending struggle to come to terms with what was stolen from us that day. Your Honor, Devon shows no remorse. He has no compassion. I ask you to consider this when you are deliberating sentencing. The only reason not every single person in that room is not currently dead is due to the actions of others, like Kendrick, and my boys, and my fellow teacher. He meant, and I'm sorry, my fellow teachers, he meant to kill every person there. He, by definition of the law, and through his own statements, knew the difference between right and wrong that day. He chose wrong. I ask you to look into the eyes of every victim in this room, the parents, the community, but most of all the eyes of a mother and father who will still have to go to a gravestone every day in order to see their son. See that their hearts will never be whole. I beg you to give us justice, to see an example. In this case, the maximum sentence must be applied. Let no further person who is thinking of committing a crime like this imagine that they can get off easy. I implore you for the sake of my students, but most of all for the sake of Kendrick's parents, to give them the knowledge that Devon will never again set foot on free ground. Kendrick never will be able to. Thank you.
Brockler.
Veronica Albertoni.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Veronica Albertoni, and I'm the mother of Lucas Albertoni.
You spell your name, please.
Sorry, Veronica, Veronica, Albertoni, Albertoni.
Thank you.
Your Honor, on May 7, 2019, my son Lucas was shot 3 times in his high school classroom. It was a real miracle that those bullets didn't kill him. They were a few millimeters away from his artery. A movement of his head saved him from a bullet through his head and shattered his shoulder. The miracle was also by all those who took action, like Kendrick, sacrificing his life, the other students and teachers who took action to stop the shooters, and those, as we endless get to learn, who in every single step help the wounded, those that were impacted, and every single one that keeps getting impacted by this tragedy. It's been 2 years, more than 2 years. And I keep seeing from the very first day to today, and I know it's gonna keep going, the impact of all this violence in our community, in our teachers, in our students, in our families, our lawyers, our firefighters, our police, medicals. I can't recall them, every single one, but I just keep thinking how lucky my family is. Lucas was able to take action in that classroom, run from one end to the other, escaping the shooters, shouting through the hallways to guide other students to get out of the school. I think that really helped him with his healing and not being afraid, just facing things. Be practical, don't give in to fear. You have the miracle of your life still in your hands. Treasure that. Devon, you didn't take that from us, but you did that from Kendrick. I have younger siblings, children. They were 6th graders at the school at that time. And again, it was really a miracle for my family. They were away in the school trip that week. But all their classmates, they were there. My daughter, she was scheduled to be in room 163, right across the corner where Jackson disowned Alec in the hallway, still shooting, and Jackson took a bullet there. I cannot imagine what could have happened if they were able to reload as they were planning. My youngest son, they're twins, and he would have been scheduled to be in 116. That was the way Lucas was running out, shouting at every other student that there was a shooter, follow him to safety. And he was bleeding, and people were saying, looking at him and seeing he was having that blood in his back. He was not aware of that. He only realized about that like 2 blocks away from the school when he finally felt safe to stop and could not run anymore because of his injuries. I'm very practical, and when emotions overcome you, I turn into a cold-blooded, practical person. Like when the nurse called me from the hospital saying, Lucas is here, he's fine, just come directly here, not to the school. I feel blessed that I didn't went through the nightmare of so many parents that took 4 hours for them that their son was or daughter was still alive. I knew Lucas was alive. That was enough to hold me until I get to him. I'm still taking my kids, my younger kids, to their school. They love the school for many different reasons, for many different personal struggles. Each one of us has to go through that school in one way or another. It's helping us. It's never perfect. It cannot be perfect. We are humans. I'm not going to give in to fear. I'm not taking that path for what my children are fighting. They love their school, and they're going there. They're now starting high school. I passed through that corner when I know Lucas was waiting for help, hoping he can make it to the hospital. And that's still haunting me. But you're not gonna take that from us. We are gonna fight and we are gonna succeed. My young children, they lost a lot of really, really loved and grateful, great teachers and friends because they needed to leave the school for their personal reasons. Lucas said that after this event, it's much harder to be away from friends, that in one way or another, they shared this experience and supported each other a lot. That's a reason why he transferred back from Montana State University to Colorado University, changing his college's plans. We will never know all the impact and all the little things that are changing our lives, but you can certainly notice that. He's very resilient. He has a lot of his own experiences with birthmark, struggling with dyslexia, with sports made him really strong. So he's working really hard at college and he'll do it. I trust he will be strong and make it. But this is an unfair, much higher price he has to pay to achieve that goal. The bullets in best case scenario will be with Lucas for life. I remember my struggles with the doctors. They were saying, please, please don't ask us to take those away. That would have caused so much pain, so much damage on Lucas. And I had to come to terms with that because I know that just letting them be there, let Lucas be able to keep doing sports and so many things that were fundamental for him to heal and recover. He handled things like his birthmark, with kids asking about it, and well checks, hoping no surgery was needed. But lead poisoning from those bullets, even if it's not so bad, nevertheless, it's a different challenge for him. It not only poses a health risk and anxiety over surgery or complications, but it also carries the heavy toll of remembering why those bullets are there. It was not an accident. It's not a natural disease. Not a reward you receive serving for a good cause. This was a covert act of violence, not a simple fight fist in a corner, in a street. They planned this. They planned in a bush and a violence.
These are small things compared to what many other families are going through. But nonetheless, healthcare is a financial burden that can become overwhelming. As of today, I couldn't find for Lucas a concrete support for him to long term to take care of his health if those lead poisoning complications would arrive, which they usually do when you're older, when you're in your 60s, in your 50s. Everybody's going to forget by then. But Lucas will have to face that. And that's a life sentence for him. Personally, if I have a way to control any further damage, I would not forget. It's difficult to balance. It's not my decision. It's hard to me to be the one remembering him to not forget and not to fall to those health complications. I can't stop seeing those bullets in my son. But at the same time, I'm so grateful for the miracle that spared his life from this planned murder. On my husband, there was a lot of impact or burden in his work, his taking off. We were very supported, and we really appreciate all the support from the community in all the ways. Many times we find ourselves wondering how much we can share with others. You're in a group that is hard to share your experiences. There could be job implications, and you don't want to put all this burden with others. You want your community to be able to go, to smile, to feel safe, and most of all, trust to take your kids to school. I can hardly understand what the Castillo family is going through. It's too much for me to think about it still. Nobody should ever have to go to school thinking they could be ambushed and shot like this. For me, it was very hard and emotional to come here asking for justice, to revive and get to know so many details of what happened in that classroom. Things that even Lucas was not sharing with us so much, trying to protect us, or as each survivor is trying their best to move forward. Even during the trial, I was thinking about the sacrifices even the jury was doing to be exposed to all these horrible things, horrible images, horrible things, and still care for us and help our community in such a valuable way. So that's why I took it personally to come here and do this service to the community and to our children at school all over the country. Because it's horrible to know that something like this can happen again, and that the perpetrator, for one reason or the other, could be out and about again. Or that we are setting the wrong examples to others who choose to cause harm. We'll live through this nightmare. On May 7, 2019, Devon and Alec did not give us any choice. Lucas was even begging Alec, "You don't have to do this." And Alex was shooting him. He was trying to run away from Devon. This was a coward, planned ambush. It was not random. Today I'm pleading to you to choose safety for many innocent students, teachers, and families. The police, they also expose their life to all this violence. I beg you, allow us to heal from this violence, not fearing that Devon and Alec or someone following their example would be able to get out and be able to cause so much harm and pain again. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I think you are probably about to tell me who else is next.
I was, Your Honor, if I could have 1 second to consult with the defense counsel real quick.
And we're gonna take our afternoon recess.
That was gonna be my suggestion.
So we will be back in 20 minutes, so 10 minutes to 4.
We're going right to video, yeah?
We are.
May we approach for something that doesn't have to be on the record?
I'm sorry?
We approach for something that does not have to be on the record.
Sure. All right, let's go back on the record then. On Erickson. When we broke, Mr. Brockler, I think you were about to call the next person to speak.
Your Honor, before Maria and John Castillo address the court, we have a video that they've provided us. We have shared today with the defense that we would like to play.
Okay, is this the video that there was an objection?
That's correct.
You still have that objection?
Yes.
And the objection is,
That there's sections of it that relive the events at the school, the responders, the facts that was litigated in the case. It goes beyond that. It seems like something that was used for perhaps other purposes. I don't know that for a fact. I don't mean to suggest I know that. So that is, I think, an inappropriate statement for the sentencing. And although I think it's going to be repetitive too to what much of what's gone on and what I anticipate the Castillos will say.
the objection's overruled. This is sentencing. You may play your video.
Welcome to my crib. I'm just gonna take it. Hello, I work there. Kendrick was hilarious. He was one of the funniest kids I ever knew. Any room he walked into, he was always the light of the room.
I would say he's like a huggable teddy bear. Just always had a larger than life, but very humble personality at the same time. He always saw the good in people. There was never a moment when he couldn't pick out the best characteristics of somebody.
And he was one of the most giving, charitable people that I knew. He was always willing to give a shirt off his back and more.
Selflessness is the number one way that I describe him. That is Kendrick. We instilled that in him, and he ran with it. He took it to the next level, and he wasn't shy about telling about his faith. His Catholic faith was very prominent in the way that he lived. He did it all to honor God. Even out in public, we'd say grace, and that's just like powerful. Sing. It impressed me for sure.
Kendrick's desire to become a knight was fostered by his dad, John. He saw what John was able to do in helping the community. Between him and John, they've accumulated 2,600 hours of community service to the Knights of Columbus. It's amazing.
He was waiting to graduate high school. His plans were to join the Knights, help them out, and then start his electrical engineering degree. The Knights taught him a lot of things, a lot of charitable things. They also taught him to be a defender of the meek and people who needed help in any way, shape, or form. It started off as a regular English class. It wasn't until I first saw Kendrick go towards him that I realized that there was something going on.
Attention all units, getting information on the shooting. Potentially the shooter in room 107.
Attention. Lockdown.
It was really quick. The gun was pulled out. Kendrick's response was instant.
He immediately jumped the shooter and got the gun pointed away from everyone else. I think in the action that he jumped, because he was going towards him, that's when shots were fired.
Just a couple weeks prior, Kendrick had attended a gun safety course on how to disarm gunmen. He used the same defensive tactics that was taught to police officers.
Kendrick's life on this earth was focused on being kind, generous, and concerned for his friends and his family. It is no surprise that Kendrick sacrificed his life to save others.
Doesn't surprise me at all. It didn't then, and doesn't now. It's just the kind of person he was. He was friends with pretty much everybody in that room, and so he knew that he had to do something.
Kendrick sacrificed his life. He became a shield for others.
If Kendrick hadn't done what he'd done, I wouldn't be here right now.
Kendrick lived the verse from the Gospel of St. John. No greater love there is than to lay down one's life for a friend. Kendrick lived that. He imitated that.
Kendrick taught us ultimately that love conquers evil. I think it was his faith that caused him to charge the gunman and to offer himself for others. If Kendrick's death can cause a ripple effect through our community, even through the Knights, about this young man who wanted to be a knight, then in fact will keep his spirit alive, and good can come from this tragedy.
In the days that followed, the world would learn that Kendrick was a faithful Catholic with a heart of gold. Kendrick wanted to join the Knights of Columbus. And so today, we will do something unprecedented. I now ask the delegates here assembled to please stand. And now I ask, shall we grant Kendrick Castillo full membership in the Knights of Columbus?
As people go through life, just remember, be like Kendrick, be selfless,
He was the angel and the saint in my life that taught me how to live. He attacked terrorism much like he attacked life. Full bore and with love. He knew there was evil and he knew that he had to just lead and make something happen to protect others. I want people to understand and realize that it wasn't that one act that he did that day, but it's how he lived and celebrated his life. He was my hero his entire life.
Maria Castillo, Your Honor. John Castillo.
I'm sorry?
John Castillo, then Maria.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to speak today. Ironically, today is Constitution Day. It's the anniversary of the Vietnam War. And it's also a new immigrant day. Why these things are important to me is because I look at relevance of everything since this event. Everything has meaning to me. And as we look at domestic terrorist, a killer, going away for a long time, I think of people in other places that are clinging to airplanes as they're rolling down a runway, trying to make it to America, to be free, to appreciate the freedom, and those before us who have fought for it. It's no mistake that we're here on this day, sentencing somebody who has done evil. I believe that things all happen for a reason. And we don't live free for no reason. There's sacrifices that are made, people who are hurt. We see it every day. What we need to realize is that Kendrick was and is everything to his mother and I. He is all that we ever wanted. He is all that we ever needed in our lives. No physical item or money or anything like that could, steal us away from our love from our son. I mean, he was everything. That's why he was our only child. We poured everything into him. We enjoyed being with him. That was taken away. Kendrick's best characteristics were his love for others. Always. As an only child, he didn't need brothers and sisters really, because everybody that he met, he created relationships with to strengthen. That's who he was. Just as we saw in the video, he had a love for individuals all the way around. And it was no different that day on May 7th. I'll say this, as this murderer awaits his sentence, and we hear testimony, we both got issued a life sentence that day. He did and I did. Mine started shortly around the time when I was at the recreation center looking for Kendrick, waiting for my wife. As I saw the drizzle come down from the clouds, I looked up and the sky opened up and it immediately began to rain. I believe that's when Kendrick left us for good. My life will never be the same. You know, we talk about things and we talk about justice. We talk about Constitution Day and what that means. These are the laws that we abide by. These are things that only come through virtue. Let us be virtuous in our lives. And those are things that are being dismissed. That's how we arrive at this point. People often ask me, you know, how do we prevent acts of domestic terror or school shootings? Well, first of all, it's through virtue. It's through raising people the right way. That's something that we didn't see here. So we've gone through, we've seen no empathy, no remorse, no sorrow for the life that was lost or the damage and injuries that have taken place to these survivors. And that's right, I said it, they're survivors, they're not victims. You know, we carry on. All of these people who are impacted, I hear their stories. But this defendant may not know it. But just the opposite of what he carried out to do that day, the terror and evil that he plotted. You know, we don't talk about the fact that this was demonic and evil. I mean, I heard a little bit of it, but, you know, the spray painting on the car, the 666, the pentagram, the things that he posted on social media saying he hated Christianity. Those are important. They're important to me. Because that was just the opposite of who Kendrick was. He was just the opposite of that. And sometimes in our lives, we look for simple solutions on why things happen. In this case, we had an evil defendant, domestic terrorist, who, you know, thought that he would blame on drugs. Well, I'm here to tell you, you know, I work in an area where I go downtown and see things and see in our environment. There's lots of people who are addicted to drugs, opioids, and different things. But they don't plan on school shootings or to walk into a grocery store or a church and commit homicide. So that didn't work. You know, we go through and we try to shelf and put it in a compartment as mental health. Yet, we have veterans that come back from war who've seen horrific things, that suffer and struggle, seek therapy, and they don't go out and commit mass homicide in many cases. So those are things that are realities here. Those are things that were rebutted back and forth. And I thought a lot about it. And some of the tall tale things that I heard that we'll touch base on a little bit is the fact that the defiance and the protection that his defense attorneys and him tried to convince the jury of through this. After over a year of sobriety and not using drugs, we heard telephone calls from a jail, a very small portion, I might add. As I've researched and understood, the phone bill would rival a small mortgage of maybe $1,200 a month. So let's chew on that for a little bit. So you have a family supporting a problem of somebody wanting to talk about what they did. Telling the world that they're a white school shooter. This is after sobriety, after everything's been wiped out. You're still bragging, trying to, let's see how far that gets him once he's in prison. I'd like to see what that works out like. You know, we see these things. I've looked at him. And people wonder, why do you call it terrorism? Well, you know, Kendrick was born a little bit after 9/11. We just celebrated 20 years of that. As my father, I was concerned. The feeling that I felt after I watched people perish and our nation fell under attack, only to find out that 17 years later, Kendrick would lose his life to an act of domestic terror in a school. No idea. But here we are. So that's why it is what it is. The attempt to try to terrorize a community. We've heard all this testimony today from people in their emotions and feelings and their lack of being able to sleep and rest and function normally, the pains that they're offered. That's terrorism. Let's not forget that. Let's not pat it down. As we go through and we talk about things, sometimes we try to get to the point, but keep it soft. Let's be real here. Let's discuss that there's evil in the world, people who want to try to hurt and harm. That's what this was. That's what this is. It's a narcissistic individual who cares about himself. Any type of sympathy, empathy, tears, or testimony we hear from the defendant or anybody else today, defending him or his family, is merely for his own purpose today. Because he's going away somewhere to serve hard time. It's not for the people who've been impacted by this violence. It's not for the survivors. They don't care about them. They care about themselves. It's important to understand that. You know, this coward, this evil domestic terrorist attacking kids in the dark with a case full of guns, ammunition, and a hit list, I might add. Well, that was his plan, to rain terror on innocents. As a Catholic and a believer, I defend innocence, the unborn, and those who will die natural death. But sometimes there's evil, and I have to wonder on this Constitution Day, there have been lesser crimes in the past, where people had swung from the gallows for things that were much less than what we're seeing here today. But as our system goes through, evil is protected and defended against. And there's good people who stand up and try to do the right thing. The courts, law enforcement. We have society right now defunding and removing them. They're only taking people out of our schools that can stop this. Because some aren't comfortable with guns or things like that. But we know these things happen in a matter of seconds, not minutes. And we know that individuals, like this one sitting to my right, plan this. As other people are talking about their plans for the future and what they're going to do, they're planning homicide and how they're going to carry it out. And figuring out schemes to get out of it. Using people like Little Peep or whatever who's suicidal, thinking, changing the color of their hair, doing all these things to create alibis. That takes work, it takes research. And people see these changes within their own families, within our educational institutions, and often it's ignored or bypassed. Not by all, but by some. And that's how we arrive at this point. It's really sickening, I have a video of Kendrick. The last time I saw him was that morning leaving to go to school. And I watched him drive away. That's all that I'll ever have, my wife and I. It wasn't until almost a week later that we got to see him in a mortuary where it didn't even look like him after they had examined him and whatnot. I think about a lot of things. I think about Kendrick's grandparents, and I wish as an adult I still have some innocence in me that I wish I could run to them and tell them what happened and how I'm hurting. But they're not here. And sometimes I think that I'm happy that they're not here. Because I know this pain, this stuff that we're going through, would probably kill them. See, that's what love does. When you love somebody, you don't stop loving them. When you're a parent, and you're doing a good job, you're always there for them. It's never an act. It's never not real. You're either all in or you're not, and that's the problem in our society. That's what we have here. We have defiance. We have a calloused killer individual who cared more about his dogs that were burning in the house he set on fire than the life that he just took in the school, which was our son, Kendrick. It's sickening. Imagine that. Watching those interviewing tapes and hearing that, being a parent, that somebody just shot your son, but they're only thinking about themselves. This defendant well, let me back up a little bit. First of all, his plan was foiled. He carried those guns into that classroom to shoot kids in the dark, being a coward, not a first grade anything, because he couldn't face them, didn't have the courage. But the bigger part of the plan that he never anticipated or knew was that he was going to encounter Kendrick. Somebody who was the opposite, somebody who loved God and loved faith and loved people, who jumped up. There were other heroes that day too. Brandon Bialy, Joshua Jones, Jackson Gregory, Lauren Harper. Don't forget their names. Those were warriors who didn't waver, didn't cower. They did the best that they could to save lives. I struggled for 2 years with families' names, not because I don't care about them, but because I don't know how they feel. I'm always comfortable talking about Kendrick because he's our son. And I can say whatever I'd like. But these other that I've just now mentioned are also warriors and heroes, and I think about them, and people should as well. Their role that day was enormous. This defendant, by his own admission, said that he hated Christianity. He wrote the 666 in the pentagram on the car. I understand why those things weren't, talked about or argued during the trial because it doesn't sit well with juries. There's a whole bunch of different reasons. People don't talk much about faith. They're afraid of it. It's so faux pas for some that, we say it doesn't belong in our schools, and we're slowly moving towards that with patriotism and removing our flags and one nation under God, and God we trust on our money. I'm here to tell you, there's a revival from acts like this. Just as there was in 9/11, this May 7th event was just the opposite of what this individual set out to do. I have taken a role of an advocate and going to camps where I strengthen families, fathers and sons and others. I've given testimony in churches. And just the opposite of what the devil wants. Just to split and divide, damage families, and destroy communities. The opposite is happening. And people are only discovering things that are good. That's important that this defendant understands that his belief in hatred towards Christianity, Catholics, and people of belief, whoever they are, whatever their religion is not going to stop. It's only going to strengthen by these sick events. And he was defeated on May 7th by somebody who has those beliefs. You know, he wore a marker, God, across his chest with his cohort in this crime, mocking what our Savior is really about and the goodness. Those are things that are important to me and powerful, and that we can't just let go. Disrespecting things like that, showing no empathy, no remorse. You know, he thought he had it all figured out. Tried to blame us on several different things. Those phone calls and laughter and other things that have been said and his defiance through all of this are really sickening. You know, I went through and animated cartoons with Goofy and his attorneys, things like that. There's so much information today that you can find out about people. And as I dabble and look at some of this individual is on a path to never becoming sorrowful or remorseful. I mean, it's just not going to happen. What it has done to me, you know, I'm here today strong and refusing to give up even an ounce of any type of hard emotion. But there's not a day that goes by in over 2 years, 3 years, I've even lost track of however long this has been. You know, he's gotten a pass by COVID. You know, I look around and I see people and you're having to cover half of their face where you can't see the expression. And I wonder, you know, as I'm a believer in our Constitution and what we do, some of the things, how we provide justice to people like my wife and myself and these other survivors. What's our future look like? We've seen with the juvenile in this through a monitor instead of being really live in the room. I applaud you, Judge, today for allowing this killer to be present and hear our testimony. But I also implore you and ask, as we move through this, and as life changes, how are we swirling a way through our modern system of law and bringing justice to those who have suffered through these horrific crimes? Let's examine that and defend it. I think that only people who are involved in the system can use their voice for survivors like ourselves to bring true justice. And sometimes we look at the big picture when it's actually in the details, if that makes any sense. Anyhow, there's never a day that goes by. I wish I could say I was tough and I just make it through every day and it's good. But I get emotional at a stoplight. I deal with clients and people that walk up to me and they say, "Don't I know you?" And I know that they've seen me on television or they know of the event. They recognize my face, but they can't place it. And I kind of just sidestep it and say, you know, I look like a lot of people. Play it off. My wife and I will go out to get a meal and the good deeds of good people in our society. more often than not, it's caused us to eat at home because just somebody will pick up our tab in a restaurant. And the server will come over and say, "You folks don't know anything." And we look at each other. We cry and we walk out. And it's not that we don't appreciate the good deeds. There's constant reminders of our loss. And we don't want to forget Kendrick, but it's an emotional journey that most people will never understand, and I hope that they don't, because that's what it's taken from us. It's I think I mentioned it once that one of the things that fits it best, or, I can't even imagine, is the word that I hear. And that's a very accurate thing to say and that we hear, because nobody really can imagine what our pain is like. We get invited to cookouts with our neighbors, and we agree that we're gonna go. And at the last minute, we just don't show up. We try to make ourselves strong. But life is never the same. These events, these callous killings, change a person. We're faithful and we're strong and we continue to do good, but we're still affected by it. There is no cure. Early on, they tried to send us to therapy only to find out that our trauma was so bad that they wanted to medicate us. We refused medication because we believe that medication isn't going to work forever. It's part of the problem for society. Take a pill, make you happy, happy for a day, happy for a month, until you run out of pills, no, you're not happy. Those are the answers that we seek through this devastation. Meanwhile, Father's Day passes, birthdays, holidays, all of these things. We're left empty. Well, we know that the defendant is eating 3 meals a day, getting a COVID vaccine, protected, getting temperature checks probably, 3 or 4 times a day. Well, we walk out in society and take a drive in our car and hope that we don't lose our lives in an accident. What's the future hold? So I ask you today, what does justice mean for Maria and I, for these survivors? We're hoping for the maximum in this. We're hoping that it goes all the way to the top and stays there, and this evil killer will never see the light of day, just like others have said. Life without possibility of parole plus 700, 900 years, all of these counts. We hope that that happens today. We hope that justice is served. But the reality is, when we walk out of this courtroom today, we can go home and start out with a small cough and be dead in a week. And that's where our justice will end. So I ask you, Judge, do the right thing. Don't allow these individuals. As a Catholic, like I said, I believe in natural death, but I also defended the death penalty, and that's been taken off the table. You'd have to be where I'm standing right now. And the man listening to his wife for over a year saying that, I can't live, I can't do this. Me hugging her and saying, yes, you can, we have to. We have to make this through. What would Kendrick think? Meanwhile, we know that after today, the killer will go on and live, get an education, be able to exercise, have clean water while there's people around the world who are drinking out of dirt and mud. So I don't know, I guess my final thought on all this is, what is justice? And why are there people who defend evil when they know it's wrong? I can't get my mind around that. I can't comprehend that. Is that what our system is? Is that what it is when somebody really knows that somebody murdered, that we need to try to get them off? Would these individuals feel that way if it was their own children? They have children. They feel that way? Will they shortchange their loved one? I don't think so. I think at the end of the day, they would feel just like Maria and I. So. At the end of the day, I thought I'd bring Kendrick back. All I can do is remember him. And like I said, his celebration of life, we have to live like him. We have to be the empty vessel that we fill up with good. With community of off-roaders and Jeep people and hobbyist robotics teams. Do the right thing. Why do people turn to darkness? You know, I have to murder and kill. I have no idea. You know, this is it's a horrifying thing. But here I have an individual, and I mean, just don't buy the smoke and mirrors. I can see where this stuff is going. You know, I've examined not only him, but watched his father taking notes, hoping for an appeal down the road, biting at the second chance for freedom, hoping that somebody will mistype something or there'll be a flaw and he can be released. Hoping that maybe 20 years from now or 30 years from now, somebody will have a change of heart. We've seen Robert Kennedy's killer, Sirhan Sirhan, up for parole and being released in California. You know, we see these things. So what is a life sentence really? Who really outruns it? We're all in a world that runs on a pavement. The defendant's on the road, and so am I. I guess it's a drag race to see who gets off that pavement first and where we end up. We'll never know. We'll just have to find out and see. So with that said, Your Honor, you know, I implore you to do the right thing and don't be fooled. Don't be sympathetic to a system that's already weakened and moving in the wrong direction as we go forward. We've seen it in juvenile law, and now it's moving into, you know, our adult system, and we see our justice reform in our jails and our prisons, and we see it in our police departments where they're being rejected from communities. But we need true warriors and heroes that are going to do the right thing and be at the ready, harnessed and neutered to writing tickets and doing other things that society believes is correct. On this Constitution Day, is that really where we're headed? Please, Your Honor, don't fall victim to this. Be strong, set the example. If going through these proceedings has taught me anything, it's taught me that whatever decisions were made here today are going to affect the events of tomorrow. I know that. And unfortunately, in the climate that we're in tomorrow, we have to make sure that these evil killers just don't get off the hook because, as some would say, their mind wasn't fully developed. They didn't know better. They look so young. I hear all these things, but they're clever enough to research the law, make a plan, figure out how to build weapons, load guns, all of these things. You know, they're smart enough to do that. But yet when it comes, it's, oh, such a young individual. We haven't seen it here today. Mistake in the paperwork, say it's 21 instead of 20. Yeah, that's, you know, of course they're fighting for that. Again, I was an appeal, that line behind the 20 looks a little bit different and gives an edge. That's what these defense attorneys, the ones that teach law, that are sitting right next to me here, that's what they do. It's like a game. You know why it's a game? Because it's not their kid. They're defenders of evil. Anyway, I'm starting to spin right now, and it's not really getting anywhere. So just, I'll end with this. Be brave. Be the one that makes a difference. You know, give them the full punishment. Thank you.
Maria Castillo, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor, for letting me speak. My name is Maria Castillo, Mariacastillo, and I'm Kendrick's mother. I was not only given a gift, but a blessing when my little boy came into this world. March 14, 2001. It was the happiest day of my life. There is not a second that goes by that I don't think about my precious Kendrick. Kendrick was our only child. He was my life, my best friend. I love him more than life itself. If I can trade places with Kendrick, I will. Kendrick has so much to live for. Kendrick was the best son that I could ever ask for. Kendrick was smart, kind, full of energy, full of dreams, and a great sense of humor. He had his whole life and future ahead of him. For the past 2 years and 4 months, the pain of living without Kendrick is unbearable. A life without Kendrick is not a life. There are no words that I can describe the way I feel. I have hate, anger, pain, sadness, all emotions mixed. So many sleepless nights. I'm still waiting for Kendrick to come home. This is so unfair. I raised my missing child. I did my job as a mother. I was there all in. I was there for him all the time. And I trusted in an educational system to keep my son safe. And I failed that they found me by letting this domestic terrorist plan and carry on the murder of my son. My husband and I wrote this for Kendrick's school yearbook, and it goes, Kendrick, ever since you came into our lives, you brought us happiness and a life filled with full of adventures and fun. Your kindness, sharing love of your faith, friends, and other people, and the world is unsurpassed by anyone you have worked so hard to reach your goals and dreams, and we could not be more proud of you. Can't wait to see what the future brings. Kendrick, remember to stay true to yourself and your faith. Dream big and work hard. We love you very much. And and are proud of the outstanding young men that you have become. Love you, Mom and Dad. And now, none of this ever happened. Kendrick's life was cut short. May 7 of 2019, I received the bad news, mother's worst nightmare, that my son, Kendrick, was murdered. And he was still inside the classroom. I wasn't able to see him until a week later. I have to spend my first and forever Mother's Day without my precious Kendrick. It was a week later that I saw the lifeless body of my precious Kendrick. Kendrick didn't look the same. It has been more than 2 years, and I've been in this courtroom for every court proceeding, sitting in the front row, looking at this demonic killer, and he shows no remorse. He's a cold-blooded killer, a coward, a loser, a domestic terrorist, and he deserves no mercy. Domestic terrorists like this one, don't deserve to live with a worse air that he's breathing. So today, Your Honor, I ask you for the maximum sentence. Grant no mercy for this evil killer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brockler.
Yeah, that's the presentation on the sentencing. I have an argument to make. I had honestly prepared a PowerPoint with a bunch of slides in it and some things to talk about, but I think that the court has heard well the most important part of this sentencing, and that's the words of the victims. I think the court remembers well this case. So in just a couple minutes, I want to summarize for the court where we're at. You have a decision, Your Honor, to make at the low end, the minimum, life without the possibility of parole plus 400 years. The maximum sentence that you could give is life without the possibility of parole plus 1,276 years. And for this court, after it's heard the arguments of counsel and the statements on behalf of the convicted killer, the court will have to decide, where does this crime fit in the spectrum of 400 and 1,276? And to some extent, I imagine there's some thought like, does it matter? Life without parole, the number does matter, Judge. It matters to these people right here. It could matter to a future judge, a future legislature, and it matters to this community. The very first factor that this court is asked to consider by the sentencing statute is to have a sentence that serves punishment in relation to the seriousness of the crime. And Judge, I've only been in this county now for over a quarter century, but I'm aware of no crime in this county's history larger than this one. You are going to sentence the perpetrator of the biggest, most horrible act in the history of this county. And you can feel it when you look at the number of letters that you receive, not just from people who are directly impacted, people that were parents of people in the school, but people from the community, people from the broader part of the community, the first responders, including those represented by Sheriff Spurlock. I think to the extent that the court looks for where does this fit on the spectrum, and it might ask itself, well, is there something mitigated about this particular defendant? Perhaps, the court might think at age 18 there is something mitigated. But let's not forget how this crime unfolded and who was responsible for much of it. The classroom was picked by him. He was the one that told McKinney made up nonsense about Mitchell Krause to get McKinney to want to hate and kill Mitchell Krause and go to 107. The source of the guns was him. Breaking into the safe was him. Posing for the fake videos was him. Loading every single round into those firearms was him. Secreting them in a guitar case after setting fire to his mother's car was him. Going to that school and giving that nonchalant, unsuspecting wave to the front desk people was him. Refusing to tell even Mitchell Krause, who walked him to the nurse's office,
The guy who put his hand on his back and said, "You okay, buddy?" The guy who didn't even have the decency to turn to him and say, "Hey, man, maybe you don't go back to class," was him. The guy who went to the classroom, pulled the magnetic strip off the door, was him. The guy who launched the entire event by texting at 1:51 p.m. on that dark Tuesday, "Go now," was him. He was the first to pull a gun. He was the first to point a gun. He was the first to pull the trigger on the gun. And the court will remember that the only thing that stopped him was physical impossibility. 4 rounds went through 3 different people, and a wall and a ceiling. And he couldn't pull the trigger anymore because the slide kept the old shell from ejecting. That is him. He's also the guy that required 2 heroes in this room. The third is in the ground. But Brendan Biley and Josh Jones, who had to pry the gun out of his hand, that's him. And he's the guy that clung to the farcical, nonsensical story that he was a victim hero in this case. But Judge, you have more than that. You have his conduct since he's been arrested. If you were looking for some indication that this is a person that understands the gravity of the horror that they have committed, the loss that they have perpetrated, it's not him. Because those jail calls that you've listened to, his conduct in this courtroom, the remorselessness of it, and Judge, you haven't even heard all the jail calls. There's no regret. There's no sadness. There's no sorrow. There's only talk of him and him and him. And there's an upcoming case for which he's presumed innocent, but my God, Judge, the conduct that's alleged is consistent with what we've seen here. This is a guy who appears to have gotten into a fight in jail over whether he should be called a murderer or high profile. That's this guy. So as the judge, as you consider where on that spectrum of 400 to 1,276 years, where is the mitigation? Where is that thing that says I should not give him the worst sentence for the worst crime in the history of this county? And when we talk about ramifications, you've heard from the victims here. And we've heard some people comment on these things, but Mr. Wilcox, can you put that picture up? Well, one thing we can't measure, is that day there were 1,700 young people in that building between the ages of K through 12. Whatever they woulda, coulda, shoulda been, had they had a normal school life, we won't ever get to know. Because every one of these kids will have a memory of school that includes, I was at a school shooting. I survived a school shooting. And the ripple effects from that, Your Honor, are immeasurable. But they are quantifiable in terms of a sentence. And that sentence would be the maximum. The last thing I'd leave with the court is something I imagine, Judge, you've asked yourself, and that is, where would we be but for Kendrick and Brendan and Josh and Jackson Gregory and Miss Harper? Where would we be? How many people would have headstones visited by parents? 26 people in that classroom, Judge, and only one died because he's the one that sacrificed himself. Can't give him credit for that. Judge, this defendant deserves the maximum sentence, and that's the message that'll be reported beyond this courtroom, beyond this courthouse, beyond this county, to the world. When you do something like this with hatred in your heart and remorselessness, this is the sentence you can expect from the system, because we can't give back Kendrick. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kaplan, Ms. Stansel.
Your Honor, what I would like to do is make some brief comments and then bring a few people up to the podium to address the court. That's okay.
That's fine.
Your Honor, it would be impossible to sit here and not be moved by the pain and suffering of the Castillos and of everybody else that came and presented to the court. There's nothing else that one could do but to feel for those folks who've come in, for those folks who they represent, and for the many other people that we all know were impacted by the events of that day, May 7th of 2019. That day will now define Devon Erickson. It will define who he is by the community, it will define who he is whenever this event is recounted by anyone who comes across or was affected by it. Many have come before you in their testimony and ask for the maximum sentence. And as the court knows and mentioned briefly at the conclusion of the case, most of what the sentence is required to be is determined by statute. The sentence is, as Mr. Brockler mentioned, and others have alluded to, the worst sentence that can be imposed now on an individual who is brought before the court accused and then convicted of a crime, and that's life without parole. The statutes, as also have been accurately portrayed, require a number, hundreds of years beyond that, which is certainly something that is done for more form than substance, since obviously a life without parole is a sentence that results in somebody spending their entire life in custody and in prison. There's not much to say then. This is a different kind of situation, as the court knows and as counsel knows, than when I and Ms. Stancil are at a podium with something that will truly make a difference in the sentence. Because it is not lost on anybody, it's not lost on Mr. Erickson nor his family, that I am not here making a comment to the court that will make any appreciable difference make no difference in what impact this will have on Mr. Erickson, because the statutes that apply to this case, perhaps appropriately so after the conviction, does that for the court, quite frankly. So I'm left with what should I do with the podium when there's not much that my voice can do to contribute to my representation of Mr. Erickson. Usually, I am presenting to the court, either through statements or testimony or other materials that were provided to the court, something to give the court more information about the person being sentenced, in the hope that it will impact what the court's decision would be. Even in the most serious of cases, those less than life without parole, there is a reason to speak. And I hope that perhaps the words make a difference as we represent a client before the court seeking the court to consider other things that may impact. So I could have chosen not to speak, and it would not have been looked upon as an inappropriate in my representation of Mr. Erickson. As a matter of fact, Devon suggested about the same in terms of having people come up at all, and that he recognizes what the sentence must be and was not imposing upon us any need to come and say words on his behalf. I understand the comments and the sentiment that has been provided by those in the courtroom and presented to the court in the hundreds of pages of documents. I understand that at this point there is reason for these folks to come before you and seek to erase Mr. Erickson's past, in some ways to deny any portion of his existence as containing any humanity, not to let any of the slightest light be shown on him and his family, and to convey, as people have done, understandably so, that their belief is that Mr. Erickson is nothing but evil. But I'm going to take a few minutes to speak, as I've said briefly, to talk otherwise. and to perhaps correct a few misperceptions, but more importantly, to express to the court, again, although it may not make a difference and won't make a difference in ultimately what the sentence is, my experience with Mr. Erickson. Ms. Stansel and I met Mr. Erickson probably, we believe, on the 9th, just a few days after these events. We have both represented many people accused of horrendous crimes. And there is a certain expectation when you walk in after hearing just even the smallest facts about an individual that you're about to meet for the first time and perhaps represent in something that you already know has been a tragic event that could have been done at the hands of the individual you're going to meet. That meeting that we had with Mr. Erickson was brief. It was merely an introduction. We did not know much, but we knew a little bit, and we knew the gravity of what just happened, and we knew that Mr. Kendrick Castillo had passed away. And when we walked out, having spoken to Devon again for a short period of time, we both looked at each other in pretty simultaneously in disbelief, because nothing that had been part of our experience in representing individuals that have done anything close to the accusations and now what he's been convicted of, did we feel was presented by the individual we had just met. I do not want to belabor the point because I don't think there's much benefit in doing it, and I don't mean to do anything that would cause any greater harm or there's sadness by those who've testified, but I need to let the court know that Mr. Erickson, in his dealings with us, has been exceptionally remorseful for his involvement in these events. For anybody, never mind somebody who had just been over 18 years of age, to have been placed in a situation, or he placed himself in a situation, stand corrected, and to become somebody who's walked in before the public and to try to get an impression of who he was and who he is and what he believes and whether he was remorseful, whether he was concerned, or whether he cried as he did after being stoic under the circumstances of his public presence, is to be expected, because that's what happened. And that's what happened often, even after each day of the trial and for the years that we have been representing him. And so you look at somebody and you walk out after meeting him and you think, what did he do to his life? What did he do to the life of others? What did he do to the life of a community? And is there any sense to be made by the person that we have been dealing with, the person that we spend time with, now the person who we have known and in many ways, except for institutional people, have visited with him more than anybody else around. I mean, even including his loved ones who communicated with him, especially through COVID times, simply through phone calls and television, video. And I think what was said by Mr. Castillo is people are looking for simple solutions for why things happen, is what he said. And I couldn't agree with him more. And the same questions that Ms. Stansel and I had when we walked out that first day of meeting him till now, which is there an answer? Is there something that you would have thought would have been part of the person who we have interacted with for 2 years from the very first day that we met him that would lead you to believe that this is the person who would have engaged in the conduct that the court has heard and that the folks in this room have recounted. And the answer is no. There is nothing really significant in his past that would have been a prelude to some sort of explanation, some sort of direction, some sort of indication that Devon Erickson would have been involved in this. He did not have a history of being a hateful person. He did not have a history of being universally disliked. He had accomplishments. He was artistic. He was a loving son. He was a loving brother. And he was good friends to many. And that's, if there was some reason to consider something different, if the incident that occurred was not, was something that my words could make a difference, I would be spending a lot more time talking about who he was, how he got here, and what perhaps would be a better solution than life without parole, but that's not a possibility. And so I'm here speaking a few words to suggest to the court and have it be said during these proceedings that something broke that day. I don't know, this is not an excuse. This is trying to wrap our hands around why these things happen. Ms. Stansel and I have represented people where you walk out and you think to yourself, hard and cold and no conscience and no loving connections and a history, and we'd walk out and would not have said to each other what we did this time, which is, this is unbelievably tragic in so many ways. And so I'm here telling the court this, even though, as I have repeated, it is not to have any great effect, to suggest to the court, to let it be known, and even to some of the people who are in this room and who are listening to this, that the ability to speak on behalf of Mr. Erickson, despite what has been profound and compelling testimony, is to say that the person that we have known for the last 2 years is not devoid of value, is not devoid of the abilities and the attributes that we would find commendable, is not somebody who is here sitting in this courtroom that no matter how hard you tried looking over his history, had nothing redeemable. Am I saying that to try to convince anybody who has been profoundly affected by this that they're wrong, or that what they're asking for is not appropriate, or to counter much of what Mr. Brockler said? No. Why I'm here speaking under these circumstances is to perhaps let people know that that is a portion of who Devon Erickson is. And for those who have had crossed his path and felt at all conflicted about how could now somebody have done something that they perceive as so evil when their interactions with him were not totally suggestive of that, including which was a very emotional moment for the teacher who came up and talked about the bulletin board comment that she had kept there for so long. And so that is why I'm here. It's why Ms. Stansel and I have visited with Devon, have tried to not only be his representative during these 2 years, but also have tried to make arrangements and been there to see him, to try to impact or try to have some effect on what is going to be his future existence, a life that will be spent inside a penitentiary. It is not now to seek forgiveness for those people who were affected, but it is to tell all that that is also a part of who Devon Erickson is and was, despite the tragedy and the actions that happened on that fateful day. There are going to be a few people speaking from his family now. Another thing that was said before the court is family doesn't stop loving. And so the folks that are here, it has not been lost on them as they sat through this sentencing, not stone-hearted or cold or not understanding that their son was involved in activities that had such profound impact on people on that day and now for well into the future. But they are here to put some words before the court because family doesn't stop loving. In terms of what I would like the court to do, I would, it's for the actual sentence, I would just take a couple of minutes after they speak to wrap up. Ms. Larson, Larson.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Judge. My name is Cynthia Larson, CYNTHIA-LARSEN. I'm writing this letter as an appeal for consideration for Devon Erickson. It's my hope with this letter anyone involved with the disposition of Devon will have my family's knowledge and perspective of our experiences with Devon, his family, and Douglas County Schools. Sorry. It is also my hope that our personal experiences are assistive in Devon's defense and will allow some leeway for possible sentencing. Our son Charlie met Devon while attending 7th grade STEM School Highlands Ranch, fall of 2012. We were overjoyed. Charlie qualified and was accepted into the STEM program at this charter school. Prior to this, our family experiences with 3 different Douglas County school teachers, administrators, and SSO officers created great difficulty for our family. Consistently, they recriminated or just ignored our family's reporting of bullying and criminal activity within their schools. Both Bruce, my husband, and I frequently had to leave our jobs to deal with unsafe environments, advocating for our children at schools. I elected to leave my position at J.P. Morgan and the workforce to manage our children's welfare and academics. I gave emails to investigators. One of the investigators also interviewed my son Charlie for first-person experiences with Devon. It was very clear to both Bruce and I that there was an agenda within the public school system, administrators and teachers to sweep problems under the rug and victimize anyone illuminating issues within their jurisdiction in an unfavorable way. As stated, we were overjoyed our son was qualified and accepted to STEM High School Highlands Ranch 7th grade. Charlie befriended Devon, who became a regular at our home throughout 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and half of 11th grade. Devon attended dinners, sleepovers, many local entertainment venues like Jump Street, laser tag, bowling, various arcades, backwood hiking, walking our dog Lucy the Beagle. Devon accompanied Charlie and was regarded a great kid. Devon was polite, kind, courteous, and respectful. We happily included Devon in enriching experiences with our family. Devon, Charlie, and other kids would regularly walk to Town Center Park, movies at AMC, Starbucks after school. At no time were we ever notified or concerned with behavior that would be considered troublesome. Throughout this time, there was never an issue at school or with any venues they attended. Stephanie and I would regularly pick the kids up from activities and drive them home. At no time was there ever a question about their demeanor, activities, or reports of problems with any of the kids that they were with. At no time did any kid attending these activities report any negative experiences either. Devon, Charlie, and other kids in their sphere went to school and enjoyed enriching activities as they progressed through developmental milestones, like driving, going to school dances, and participating in independent after-school activities. I was aware Devon was involved after school in Littleton Playhouse. He happily reported on trying out for parts or being involved with the theater. Overall, he seemed like a nice kid. Having dealt with some maladjusted kids prior to the 7th grade, Devon was a relief to our family. As the years progressed, both Bruce and I were delighted. We thought the dysfunctional school scenarios we had experienced were behind us. Charlie and his friends attended school and enjoyed positive social experiences. Unfortunately, this dynamic began to change as the STEM school took advantage of growth opportunities and expanded toward the end of 9th grade. With this expansion, it became obvious that students with learning disabilities, behavioral and mental health problems increasingly were introduced to a once merit-based educational system. I volunteered for in-school and after-school activities and have firsthand experience with some of the new students and their deficits. Charlie and Devon started reporting to us about challenges in the classroom with kids that were disruptive or of being harassed in the hallways. It was also concerning to us that teachers would come and go, leaving classrooms in the middle of a semester or to other job opportunities or for personal reasons. Substitute teachers were ineffective in classroom management. I carpooled with a family that had one kid arrested at STEM school and transported to behavioral health because he reported being anxious to the school counselor. Also notable was the alarming attire and hair color choices students walking through the halls or outside at dismissal. The drive line to pick up kids after school looked like a cosplay event most days. As it became obvious that STEM was no longer a magnet school for math and science, rather a warehouse for problematic students, our son Charlie elected to leave this school and attend Highlands Ranch High School. His belief that he might as well go to the school half a mile from our house versus driving 6 miles away with all the crazies, quote unquote, indicated the depths of change at STEM. We were deeply and emotionally affected by the STEM shooting, and in less than 1 year, Devon was unrecognizable to us. I wish daily that Devon left school when Charlie did. I am not sure it would have prevented such a catastrophic event, just Devon's involvement. Obviously, Devon's association with Alex had a horrible impact on him. Our family had known Devon for 5 years prior to the STEM shooting, and at no time did he ever exhibit malevolent or antisocial behavior. What happened over the course of 1 year to bring about such a drastic change? I believe it more plausible that Devon was manipulated under the influence of drugs and malicious persons and was sucked into this scheme. By the way, did the nurse take any vital signs? Was it prudent to let him return to the classroom? If this happened to Devon, how many more children in our community could do similar? I hope this letter is used to provide some basis for discussion so that Devon may answer for what happened and find a way to be reintroduced into civil society. Thank you for your time in reading this. I'm available to answer any questions by anyone at any time.
Thank you. Mr. Kaplan.
Melanie Alstad.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear right.
Melanie Alstad.
My name is Melanie Austed, Melany, last name Austad. I met Devon in 2017 when we were both employed at Target. We very quickly became friends and actually soon began a relationship after that. Yes, sorry. Not much later after that, I had ended our relationship due to my own circumstances. However, Devon remained a friend to me after that, and after becoming close again in early 2019, he and I started dating in November 2019, and we've been together since. The Devon that I know cares greatly about people that are hurting, that are alone, and that are outsiders. When Devon and I first met, he immediately started putting energy into making sure that I was okay. He checked in on me every single day, and he was by my side when I was hurting, and he never left despite his own pain. The Devon that I know is a person who makes me and others laugh. He always made everyone around him laugh. He played pranks and joked around at work and got to know everyone that he worked with. But despite that, he always knew when to be serious and when to just listen. In late 2018 and early 2019, I was struggling more than I had in a very long time. I was depressed and hopeless and felt completely alone. But when Devon realized how much I was struggling, he immediately contacted me to see if I was okay. He started checking in on me every single day to make sure that I was safe and that I would make it through the day. He listened when I was hurt by other people, and he knew just how to make me smile, and was the only person that was consistently making sure that I was okay, despite us not being close for about a year. To me, Devon is kind, passionate, and loyal. Despite the horrible decisions that he made, I am confident in the goodness that Devon possesses. He understands the pain that he caused and will never forget the impact his actions had, and he will live with the guilt for the rest of his life. He is eternally remorseful and understands that he will never be able to undo what he did. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kaplan.
Your Honor, if we could bring up, I think these folks would like to at least stand together and then say something one at a time. So, Mr. Hirschfeld, come up. Is that? Oh, just him alone? Okay. This is Mr. Joseph Hirschfeld.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Joe Hirschfeld, Joe-E-H-E-R-S-H-F-E-L-D-T. I'm Devon's grandpa. I'm also his best friend, or I consider Devon my best friend. Devon came into my life, he was adopted. We developed a very close, open relationship, very comfortable with each other. And I've always had a special place, he's always had a special place in my heart. In fact, Devon isn't just my grandson, he's my best friend. He brought a great deal of joy and happiness to me and to our entire family. We did a lot of things together. We played golf together. We skied together. We built things together. I used to laugh that when Devon came over and said, "Grandpa, can we build?" And we'd go to Home Depot, buy more stuff than my wife thought we really needed. But we built a bond. We built a great bond. He also taught me to be, I found that Devon was probably one of the most caring people I've ever met in my life. There has been talk here that that he isn't sorry for what has happened. I can assure you he has. Devon doesn't show it much, but I know he's been in tears a lot. And in fact, some of the days at the trial, he spent afternoons in tears after the proceedings broke up. He also taught me to be a more kind and loving person. I grew up in a family, an immigrant family really, that very rarely showed emotions. In fact, showing emotion was looked upon somewhat by my father as being weak. Devon changed that for me. He taught me to use the word love, use it freely, and to mean it. I had some of the most happy and relaxed times of my life with Devon. All the good things that we did together probably pale in comparison to just the times we sat and talked to each other. I remember bringing him home from some of his activities in school, in youth theater, and his voice lessons. And he always used to ask me, "Grandpa, you need to tell me about what you did in the Army." Now, I may have embellished some of those answers, but we had a lot of fun with it. Devon one day looked at me and said, "Grandpa, you're my hero. I love you." That probably might have been the nicest words that have ever been spoken to me, but that's the kind of person Devon was. He also taught me to hug, again, from someone who did not show emotion. I experienced more hugging from Devon than probably anyone in my life, but what it did is it taught me the value of hugging people. He brought joy and happiness to our family, to me as an individual and to our family as a whole. The Devon we know was not the Devon you've heard about here today. He's a loving, caring, absolutely outstanding person. I was asked once, after I bragged about Devon, said, "It seems you love Devon quite a lot." My answer was, I not only love him, I love the ground he walks on. And that will be it's unconditional love. I will never stop loving him. He made a big mistake, yes, but he's a great guy. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Kaplan.
It's Stephanie Erickson, Brianna Erickson, and Jim Erickson. This is Brianna.
Hello, my name is Brianna Erickson, Brianna Erickson, and I am Devon's sister. I will make this quick. First off, I do want to give my sincere condolences to the victims and their families. I truly know that Devon fully regrets what happened on that tragic day. The Devon I know has always had a very kind heart. He has only given me and my family the most caring love in the world, and I wish more than anything that this never happened. I know in my heart that this was not him. I love you forever, Devon, and I miss you every day. Thank you.
Hi, Honor. My name is Jim Erickson, Jim Erickson. Like most people, I want to start with apologies and sympathies to the people who are some very, very heavily impacted, especially the Castillo family. Losing their son, I don't know how anybody can ever understand what that could be like. We try to, but it's impossible to know what it's like to lose your son, especially if it's your only son. I'm sure their hearts are ripped apart, and we heard that they still are. We hope someday that they will be able to heal this. We all know that this was just a senseless tragedy. And we do hope, though, that somewhere in the future that they will be healed from this. We also know that there's a large number of injured students that were impacted by the actions of that day. I want to recognize each one by name because it's important to us that we recognize the people who are impacted by this. So I'll start with Lucas Albertoni, Stephen Bartoni, Jackson Gregory, Mitchell Kraus, Joshua Jones, Gerardo Montoya Ojeda, Thomas Saya, and Alexander Watford. Those are people that I don't know how they will ever forget what happened to them, and they'll have physical and emotional scars for the rest of their lives, and we're so sorry for that. We're also sorry about every single student that was in room 107 that day. Every single one of them will probably never forget what they lived through, the emotional trauma they went through, physical trauma for some of them. Our hearts go out to all those people that had to live through that experience. And even the adjacent classroom, the people who heard gunshots, had bullets coming through their wall, injured by them. We can't understand what it'd be like to go through something like that and how you can get past that. You know, how we know some of them have PTSD, go through counseling. Our hearts go out to those people. In fact, our hearts also go out to every single student at STEM. We heard there's 1,700 students in school that day. Not a single one of them is going to forget that they were part of a school shooting. And that's something that you can never correct with them. They will always have that, all the way down those kindergartners. And I know a lot of those kids are going through counseling. And that's tragic that little kids have to go through counseling, experiencing something like that based on some senseless tragedy that should have never happened. We also know all the parents and the families of those students are impacted. We heard from people who happened to be at the school that day, that they were there with the younger kids even, and the trauma that they have went through and how that's affected them and their families and even their daily lives. And our hearts go out to all those people, because we can understand how hard that is to go day by day, having those things in the back of your mind, trying to help your kids get through this where they're traumatized of just simple daily life activities that are now difficult for them. Our hearts go out to the law enforcement and the first responders. I'm sure those people were, doing their job by getting there as quickly as possible, but how could this have not affected them too? I think when people think of horrible things that happen, school shootings is pretty much usually at the top of the list of something horrible happening because it's affecting kids. We also just know the whole community. I know how many times we heard about STEM Strong, the STEM community. That means it's all the people around that whole area. Highlands Ranch, Douglas County, all those people were impacted by what happened that day. We also know that there's a lot of heroes that came forward that day. Of course, the obvious one was a brave young man, Kendrick Castillo, who was only thinking of trying to help and save others and not thinking of himself. That's as heroic as it can get. We also know Joshua Jones and Brenda Biley also accosted Devon and wrestled him down, disarmed him. I don't know how you can say somebody's not brave if they're doing some type of action like that. And then regarding Alec McKinney, Jackson Gregory, and Lauren Harper, having to accost him, and how horrible it is for a teacher to have to wrestle down a student with a gun. It's unfathomable that somebody would have to do that. We also heard about Mike Pritchard, that he came in not even knowing what was going on, and he's brave to go in that room knowing there were guns and that he saw guns. He's taking guns away. That's a brave man. He never flinched. He was immediately over there. And again, also all the on-scene police officers, they were brave going in there, not knowing what they were walking into. They knew that there's possible multiple shooters. They don't know if they're still active. There's nothing more brave than people going into there to save lives and not thinking of their own lives as they're trying to do that. We also all know that everybody knows that every single person I just mentioned, all the community, parents, families, victims, students in the room, we pray for these people every day. So we do. We know how bad of a tragedy this is, and not a single day has went by that we have not prayed for each person that I just mentioned. We also pray that these people will be able to heal and get past this at some point in their lives. We hope that they can find peace. And hopefully they can also find forgiveness. And I know it's a hard ask to ask for the forgiveness. Originally, I have a 5-page speech here. I'm not gonna subject everybody to 5 pages of my speech. Devon didn't want me to say too much about him in his defense, so I'm not gonna say all the things I wanted to say about him, but I'm gonna highlight a few of those. Because before May 7th, I was a very, very proud father of him. He is a very talented kid. We didn't know about his talent. We were told about his talents of being a good singer. Most parents are always excited about saying that their kid's a great singer. Luckily, we had somebody tell us he was a great singer. He performed in a whole bunch of musicals. I won't go through each one, how many different theater companies he's in. But he was in 91 musical performances. During his junior year, he was part of a highly talented jazz band where he was a lead singer. They performed at the Dazzle Jazz nightclub many nights. They were highlighted at the Five Points Jazz Fest and sang at the Denver City Park. He was part of 2 voice schools, one of which was a high performing school also. He was involved in 33 performances while he was at that school, where he was singing on his own, on stage, in front of people. He was so well liked at that school that he was also a mentor to the younger singers. And then also the teacher, the school owner and the lead teacher saw Devon's abilities to work with kids and had his talents. And he was an intern teacher during his senior year at STEM, training to be a vocal teacher once he graduated. Just to prove that Devon didn't hate STEM, and nobody has ever said that, but I just want to make sure people know that he loved STEM. He liked that school. He was there from 6th grade on. He also was involved in the very first STEM talent show. And in that talent show, he won for vocals in middle school. He entered 4 more contests in the following years. He won 4 of the 5 STEM talent shows that he entered. Those are some of the best moments of our lives that still makes me cry when I see those performances that we videotaped. He also performed at some other talent shows. I won't go into the details of that, but he had been in several talent shows and did open mic nights at coffee houses. He also was involved in Dr. Kennedy's class, where he did other performances there and was part of a CD that they put together for some of the musical students, and they put together a CD to sell for raising money for the school. In total, Devon was in over 63 vocal performances. The other thing I want to highlight is he had a YouTube channel some people know about. In that, he had over 20 videos from these different performances he did. He had over 1,000 followers. His top video had over 40,000 views. His second top video had over 20,000 views. Right after the shooting, of course, YouTube pulled that channel down. Totally understandable. I could see why they'd do that. But later, his followers started reposting his videos, and he got continued views and continued posts and comments on those. The reason I bring that up is I want to make sure people know that this was not some lost kid. He was a very talented kid. Many people saw that. Many people followed him and thought he was a great performer and singer. I also want you to know he was really close to me. Like his grandfather, he was almost like, sorry. He was my best friend. It's okay. We used to do road trips every summer, sometimes 2. It's just a dad-son road trip. And it was usually around Colorado. We just go someplace for a few days and just hang out and have fun in a cheap 1 or 2 star hotel. And he'd love to be able to eat pancakes in bed watching cartoons. Another thing I really want to point out is throughout school, he never had school problems. He never got in fights with kids. As you heard from others, he's very inclusive, both minorities, sexual identity folks. And throughout the whole trial, not one person ever testified in a negative way about how Devon was, other than Alec McKinney had mentioned negative things about Devon. And I want to point out again that Devon had a future. He was going to be a voice instructor. He was delivering door dashing. He was working on his YouTube channel. To us, until he met Alec, he seemed fine. He was looking forward to graduation. working at that voice school, and pursuing his love for singing and music. To us, Devon did not lead the life of a future school shooter. Devon only knew Alec for a few months before the shooting, and Alec is the one friend of Devon's that we never met. We'd never met Alec McKinney. Devon met Alec right about the time that Devon's mom was starting to have some severe health issues, which caused me to really focus on helping her through some things, which led us to not have the time to be with Devon and find out if he is having issues. We know that Devon is really sorry for what happened. He's told us so. And we still understand how he could have got involved in such a tragic event. We are still mind blown that something like this could happen. It's totally out of character for him. He cared about other people. What happened that day is still unbelievable to me. And we do believe if Devon had never met Alec McKinney, that this tragedy never would have happened. And Devon has told us that he liked Kendrick, and he said everybody liked Kendrick. So why would he want to hurt Kendrick? And Devon liked STEM. He had never complained about STEM at his school or that he didn't like it, and he never wanted to leave it. So I'd like to, Your Honor, for you to consider Alec's sentence. I think that looking at a precedent of how Alec was handled, how his sentencing was handled is appropriate. Obviously, it's your decision. As a reminder, Alec got life plus 38 years. But unlike Devon, Alec is going to be eligible for parole in 20 to 25 years. I'd also like you to consider that from our perspective, it doesn't make much sense to make an example out of Devon, because I would contend that there's no future school shooter who's going to care about their consequences or look at what happened to Devon Erickson and Douglas County. Judge Holmes actually said that when he was presiding over Alec's case in his sentencing, that he also believed that making examples of this is not going to change future school shootings. We also heard a little bit about parental love and unconditional love. As parents, we love Devon unconditionally, and we're so confused how this could have ever happened, how Devon could have ever been involved. He's not a lost, dark, evil teenager. He was not raised to be some homicidal killer, and we do think he can be rehabilitated. No parent ever wants to think their son could get involved in a school shooting like this, and we certainly never did. We never thought Devon would be capable of being involved in something like this. We think Devon can be rehabilitated, and people don't think he can. That's a sad message to other kids who could make these same type of mistakes. And again, Devon was talented with a future. No one saw this coming, other than I think Alec wanting this to be something that happened, who, as we know, Alec changed his story to make things favorable to his plea deal. We believe Alex's influence on Devon with the drugs, that we think that was a huge factor in Devon being involved in the shooting. We believe Devon is a special person who made some horrible mistakes during a few hours of one day of his life. Another thing that's been hard for us as parents is, to this day, we have not been allowed to see him or touch him or be in a room with him since before the shooting. We have not been allowed to see him or be with him. That's a horrible thing to have a parent do for somebody that they love, even if they made some horrible mistakes. In fact, every single call we have, because we're allowed to talk to them on the phone, they're all recorded. And as the prosecution said, that way, they have things that they can listen to or try to find out things about him. And that's a horrible way to have any type of relationship with a son where you can't even talk to him about things. And he's going through a lot of emotional issues of what he was involved in and the situations he's in. I know not many people are going to care about how we feel about this, how we feel about our son, because as we know, most people in this room hate Devon. They hate who he is, what he represents. And we also heard many people in this room hate us as parents and hate his family. And I want people to know we understand that. We understand that hate. We don't agree with it, but we understand that. Because we're not sure how we'd be if our son was killed or harmed in a school shooting either. Maybe we'd be the same way. But I want people to know that we are victims too. We're victims to this. There's a lot of things that people know that happened to us, whether it's our house, our cars, our money. And most people have went through this. There's some people who understand what the grieving process is, where there's a normal turn of events when you go through a major trauma and how you grieve through that. We're not able to do that because we don't have closure to what to grieve for. We still, as many people know, have many more milestones to go through with Devon's future. There's several major things that he's gonna be going through, and we as parents wanna support him through those things. We're hoping someday we're gonna get to see him and hug him and cry with him. So school shooting has forever changed our family, and we feel an overwhelming amount of pain from this. And of course, our whole family is going through counseling. We're going through lots of counseling, and we expect to for a long time. But we also know that many, if not most of the victims are going through counseling too. And I want people to know too that not an hour, and I mean this literally, not an hour goes by for me every day where I don't think about this school shooting. We are truly sorry for all the victims of this horrible tragedy. We know this has impacted so many people. Most of them will feel this impact for the rest of their lives. But we still love Devon and know deep in his heart that he's a kind, compassionate person. As Mr. Kaplan said earlier, we're still scratching our heads, and we don't think we will ever find out the answer of how this tragedy came about. How did it come like this? We also want people to know that we've had to forgive Alec. I think it'd be easy to hate him and blame him for everything that happened to our son. But we're past that. We know that he needs to be forgiven too. We also hope someday others can forgive Devon. So, Your Honor, what I'm asking is you to please show some compassion in your sentencing. I know that you have to give Devon life without parole, but please don't pile on all the years possible that the prosecution would like just to create this eternity sentence. It will make no difference to give him 1,400 years after his life sentence, and possibly serves to glamorize the school shooting to would-be shooters. Alec only received life plus 38 years, plus he can get on parole in 20 to 25 years. Devon doesn't deserve worse than Alec, but he's already guaranteed to have a worse sentence than Alec. Thank you for considering that. Devon, your family loves you, and we forgive you, and we believe God loves you too, and that he's forgiven you too. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Devon Erickson, Stephanie, Erickson, Erickson, and I'm Devon's mother. I'm going to cut this short due to the fact that my husband already said a lot, and Devon really didn't want us to speak on his behalf. I think this is hard on him too, so I just want to first apologize and say I am so very sorry to Mr. and Mrs. Castillo for the loss of their son, Kendrick. I am a parent, and I cannot begin to imagine the pain of losing a child. I know you both have holes in your hearts that will never, ever, ever be filled. And please, please know that we do care. And we have been praying for you both, as well as everyone else since the beginning. I have cried, I have prayed, I have even screamed at times. Not only for all of you, but for us and Devon too. I don't expect this to be of any comfort to any of you, but I do hope God is listening, and I hope that he can help everyone. Maybe not as fast as everyone would like, but eventually. And in addition to the Castillos, I'd also like to apologize to all the victims, their families, and everyone impacted, affected, and involved, including Devon, for the mental, spiritual, emotional, and in some cases, physical pain you have all suffered from this tragic event. My husband has gone into more specific names, so I will not do so again, but please know that my sentiments align with his. As far as, I understand that people don't want to hear anything good about Devon. I have no doubt I would feel the exact same way if I was in their shoes. I just want to say that Devon is the person that they've described. Other than this one day, I have never met that person. Never, ever have I met that person. He's loving and hugs us and says he loves us and teases us and laughs. It's just such a tragedy. And I also want to say that during all this time, when I was sick, I truly do believe in my heart and in my soul that this would never have happened had I not been sick and I had been home. And I am so sorry to everyone, including Devon, because I was not an uninvolved parent. I was overly involved to the point of being an annoyance to Devon, understandably so. But I was very, very involved, and I know that I would have caught all this. So I'm so sorry, and I live with that every day. And I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, Devon, at the time in your life when you needed me the most. I wasn't there for you, and I'm so, so sorry. Anyway, I think that, I'm sorry, I'm cutting this really short, but I just do want to say that I really do hope and pray for each person they can begin the process of healing. I know not everyone is spiritual, and I respect and understand that, but I have been over the last 3 years. I was introduced to a church and I just drank it up like I was starving for it. And it has gotten me through this. I believe that whether people believe it's God, Jesus, Spirit, whatever different people resonate with, I believe that God is in, through, and with all of us, and that God is merciful and forgiving and compassionate and loving, and he gives his love to every single person impacted, affected, and involved in this situation. And that absolutely includes Devon too. God forgives you, Devon, and so do I. You are loved always and forever. This does not have to define you. You can make great choices and do good in prison, and I have every confidence that you will. Why do I know this? Because I know you, because I believe in you, because you are a good person who made a horrible, devastating mistake that has altered your life as well as so many others, and I am so deeply sorry to everyone for that. Please, please hold to the person that you are off all these drugs. Hold to that person that you've been the majority of your life, and be strong, my son. I love you always and forever. Your family and I are always here from you. And I do want to just briefly address the no remorse thing. I know it seems like that, but I too have cried and screamed and bawled. But I can sometimes come into this courtroom and not show that side of me. I don't know what that is, whether that's what it takes for me to get through it, where I become stronger, or whether it's because I'm praying to be strong while I'm here. I'm not doing very good right now, but I've talked so many times to Devon on the phone when he said, I've cried so much that sometimes I'm surprised that I can still cry. He's had panic attacks. He's had scratches on his chest from panic attacks. He's been in suicide watch multiple times. He's been on antipsychotic drugs, which are known for making you unemotional and stoic, and he needed those to be it because he was so emotional. So I know, I understand that people see what they see and that they're in so, you know, he's done such a horrible thing that there's probably no way for you to see any good in him. And those are completely understandable and real and human emotions that I completely respect, I completely understand. I'm just asking you to please respect my different opinion, even though I understand that you don't agree with me. Thank you so much, and thank you, Judge Slade, for letting me speak. Thank you.
Mr. Kaplan.
It's everybody, right?
That's all.
You want to make another?
Yes, Your
Your Honor, actually, I think that part of what Jim Erickson said, you know, in a sentencing structure that has life without parole, I know of instances where judges have even not added consecutive sentences because really as a matter of kind of logic, there is nothing consecutive to life without parole. I would ask the court to consider that and consider if the court is going to do consecutive, that the additional years are really serve no real purpose.
Mr. Erickson, is there anything you would like to say?
Yeah. Your Honor, I have spoken with Mr. Erickson about his opportunity to speak, and as he's just indicated, and partially on my advice to him, given continuing proceedings, that he's choosing not to make a statement.
Mr. Erickson, whether it's advice or not, you have a right to speak. Is there anything you'd like to say?
No.
A lot of people talked about making a difference and whether anything that happened here today would make a difference. I know that sentencings for a lot of folks involved with crimes, whether they're survivors of crimes, first responders to crimes, defendants and perpetrators of crimes, see sentencing as a finality, as a way that we'll move on from this and everything's going to be fine. And I think that Mr. Castillo said it best, everybody's going to go home tonight. And for everyone who's here, not a whole lot is going to change, and that includes Mr. Erickson. There's nothing that I can do and no sentence that I can impose that will achieve the things that I want to do. I can't even do some of the things that people have asked me to do. The human being in me, probably like, I think it's fair to say probably everybody in this room, everybody who's watching, would like to take back May 7th. That's the only way to turn back this clock and make folks walking out of here better. We can't do that. I can't bring Kendrick Castillo back. Can't ease his parents' pain. I can't help the students and teachers and staff that were hurt. I can't give back the innocence that people have talked about their children losing. I can't make students and teachers and staff less afraid to go to school. I can't tell any parent who's watching whether their kids went to STEM or they go to Douglas County schools or they go to any school in Colorado or the United States or even the world that everything's going to be okay, that this sentence is going to make everything okay. I cannot do any of that. And narrowing in then to what can I do? And frankly, I don't think that there's anything, Mr. Erickson, that I could say to you that's going to make a difference. I've thought about what I could or should or might say to you since the day I read the verdicts on May 15th. I am sure that in your private conversations that I've heard about, that people like your parents and your family who spoke today, your lawyers, investigators have asked you why. Why did this happen? You heard just about everybody who spoke today, and I can tell you the letters that I read, there was not a letter that I read that someone didn't say, how could this happen, or why did this happen, or why did he do this? I suspect that that's something that Mr. Brockler maybe even hoped to have from you when he asked for this pre-sentence investigation report for this time, thinking that maybe he might receive something that would answer so many questions that he was receiving and his team was receiving from the people that you hurt, not just at STEM School, not just in room 107, not just Kendrick Castillo's family, but so many people reached out all over the world. Why did this happen? And in some ways, I think that Mr. Brockler was giving you an opportunity to say that. I read the PSI, and we've talked about it being 590 some pages, 98 pages, or less than 600 pages. Of that, there was one typewritten page reportedly from you. May have been your words that your attorneys typed for you. But there was nothing substantive in there. There was nothing. It was a shell. There's really nothing that was helpful in that PSI from you. That was your chance to answer that question. The times that you have made statements of any kind, was manipulative at best. Today is the first time that I've seen you show any kind of emotion, and I don't disagree with your mom. The courtroom's sterile, not stale, sterile. It's a place even judges aren't supposed to show emotion. And that's hard. There's certain images that you maybe think you need to portray at certain times. And so I don't always put a whole lot of credit into you didn't show any emotion while you sat here. But the first time I see any kind of emotion from you is today, not from 1:30 to about 5:30. But when your family is talking about the things that you were going to lose, the things that you had before this, that's when I hear you cry. And that's when you show emotion. That's difficult. Especially when the best reason that anybody can give to an explanation about why you did this, why you committed these crimes, why you killed Kendrick Castillo, why you terrorized everyone on May 7th. And when I say everyone, again, I'm not just talking about room 107 or room 109 or STEM School Highlands Ranch. Your actions that day were far-reaching, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But the best explanation that anybody has is that it somehow relates to you failing school. We heard you had some challenges happening in your family. Your mom talked about this a little bit. This isn't your mom's fault. Maybe some untreated mental health challenges that you were facing. We've even heard that you were trying to self-medicate with drugs. But that does not help anyone here today understand of all the options that you had. And this wasn't minutes, it wasn't hours, it wasn't days, it wasn't weeks, it was months. That you had options to change this course, and you didn't. I want to share with you and just sum up some of the hundreds of letters that I read over the past couple of days, including the statements that I heard today. I put the letters, especially, into categories. How I think. There were people from all over the world who had no connection to STEM School, to Devon Erickson, to Kendrick Castillo, to any of the people that we've heard about throughout the trial. There were people from all over the world who saw this on the news and felt compelled to say something, to write a letter to the district attorney or to probation, to somehow discuss or express their shock and concern. There were people who had survived other shootings like Sandy Hook, or even closer to home, Arapahoe and Columbine, who unwillingly relived trauma of their childhood all over again because of what you did. There were people in Colorado who couldn't believe that this was happening again. Again, no connection necessarily to STEM, to Highlands Ranch, to Douglas County at all. Offering help, expressing concern about sending their own kids to school, worried about their own children's safety because you threatened that. You rocked that safety for them. Heard from people, in fact, you heard from some of these people during jury selection who were just driving that day, going someplace. There were other people who wrote letters. They're on their way to their doctor's appointments. They're going to see a movie, and they can't get through in traffic. And at the time, they're probably a little irritated because they can't get where they're trying to go. And then they realize that this is a massive event that's occurring, that they're witnessing, because they can't move. They can't go anywhere else, and they're forced to watch this. They experience trauma. Enough that there were more than one person who sent letters to say, I have no connection, but I was forced into this connection because I was driving on E470. We heard today, and I read many letters of parents of kids, 5-year-olds, 7-year-olds, 10-year-olds, freshmen, even 18-year-olds, whose kids were at school and couldn't get to them, couldn't get a hold of them, received texts. Mom, I'm scared. Mom, I think I'm going to die. Kids who were supposed to be at school that day, but for one reason or another didn't go, an orthodontist appointment, field trip, doctor's appointment, and they weren't there. And now those kids are afraid to go back to school. They can't explain whether they feel guilty that they were spared of the pain and suffering that their friends are feeling, and yet at the same time feeling relief. We heard parents talk about that even today. Kids wrote to me about that. Teachers and staff who cared about you, who wanted great things for you. We heard from a couple of those people today. I read letters from teachers who expected great things from you, would have done anything to support you and help you. And now those same teachers that would have helped you are scared to teach. The thousands of kids that would have come after you won't benefit from those great teachers because of what you did. They can't even provide for their families because they're scared of the kids that they loved so much. You did that. Kids who are at STEM school. 6-year-olds who can't enjoy 4th of July. 13-year-olds who are afraid to go to the restroom because they were hiding in a stall, afraid that they were going to be killed. 15-year-olds who are afraid to go to sleep in their own room or be away from their parents because of the nightmares from May 7th. 19-year-olds who changed their college plans because they're scared to be in a classroom with only one exit. 20-year-olds who are afraid of the dark because they were stuck in a locked down room with no windows, hearing gunshots, hearing the SWAT team break windows and doors, hearing you scream and yell, hearing their friend get killed, and they can't see anything. All they can do is hear the sounds. And their parents and families who feel helpless because they can't do anything to make it better. And then we narrow it down to the kids that were in room 107, 105, 109, and all the rooms in that hallway. Many of those letters came from kids as young as 10 and 11 who heard or saw gunfire in their classrooms. They were exposed to war zones in their own school. Someone here today, and I can't recall who, described it as a war zone. And that's what several of the letters described as well. They saw things that our soldiers overseas are trained to see. And even those folks can't comprehend some of the things that they see with their training. And you expose 10, 11, 12, 18-year-olds to that. They saw their friend get killed. 10-year-olds wrote to me describing being told not to look down so they couldn't see blood on the floor. I had another student write that their feet were cut by the glass as they were running out of the school. Mitchell Krause testified during the trial that he called his mom because moms always make things better. That was an honest, heartfelt statement. First responders who ran into the war zone didn't take the time to put on vests. They put their own lives at risk. They were saving the children that you were threatening. They weren't able to save Kendrick Castillo. And I heard from their families who were terrified that they would never come home either. I got countless letters about Kendrick Castillo, and I've heard today about Kendrick Castillo. I got letters from friends and families of Kendrick. It's been described he did the very opposite of what you did that day. But I want to talk to you about some words that people use to describe Kendrick. Not just today, not his parents, not his best friends. These were people who wrote letters that maybe you haven't read or haven't heard from. He was a mentor. He was happy. He was respectful. He was a leader. He was brave. He was kind. He was helpful. He was loving, brilliant, good, polite, amazing, selfless, a sweet soul, a difference maker, a hero. Those were words that I didn't pull out of one letter or two letters. Those were words that were consistent. Probably more than 50 letters talking about Kendrick Castillo. From what I understand, Kendrick would have done some pretty amazing things. He seemed to me, in hearing his friends and family today describe him and people who knew him and gave some anecdotes, the things that I read about him, he seemed like the kind of kid to me that, Mr. Erickson, if you had confided in him that you were struggling in school, he probably would have canceled his own plans to come and help you. If you had confided in him that you were struggling at home, he would have brought you home with him. So you created a set of, these folks are victims because they will never get to have Kendrick Castillo's love and care. And in a way, the entire world is missing out on the great things that he would have done. To the 1,800 or so people, we've heard about 1,700 students in the school at STEM. But when you count the volunteers and the teachers, my understanding is that's about 1,800 people were in that school that day. And to those 1,800 people that you threatened, Kendrick saved those people without question. He and all the other heroes in that class, all of the survivors, and all of the families that have been directly impacted, those are the folks that will be remembered at the end of this, which is partially why the things that I say, and when I was considering what to say to you, and somewhat what Mr. Kaplan said about whether anything would make a difference. Mr. Brockler referred to that as well, whether this makes a difference. I hope to those people acknowledging at least this court's recognition of that makes a difference. I don't believe, Mr. Erickson, at least for now, that it makes a difference to you. The sentencing scheme has been discussed by counsel. Mr. Brockler and Mr. Kaplan, there's no disagreement. There's nothing to disagree about. The sentencing scheme is what it is. Most of these convictions are crimes of violence. They carry mandatory Department of Corrections sentences. Mr. Erickson, I'm sure you know this. When a person is convicted of crimes like the ones that you committed, they are so serious that the sentence must be at least the midpoint of the presumptive range, not more than twice the maximum sentence. Many of these must run consecutive. Many may run consecutive. There are several factors that I have to consider when imposing a sentence, and no one factor is more important than the other, and I don't have to consider these factors equally. In fact, within the factors that I have to think about, 3 of them are opposed to each other in your situation, in your case. So for example, I have to consider how to promote rehabilitation and encourage correctional programs that elicit the voluntary cooperation and participation of convicted offenders. I have to also select a sentence in length and level of supervision that addresses your individual characteristics and reduces the potential that you will engage in criminal conduct after completing your sentence. Everyone's pointed out this is a life without parole sentence on count 1. So you won't be completing this sentence. And when you do, you will not be committing criminal offenses. And yet, another factor for me to consider is to punish a convicted offender by assuring the imposition of a sentence he deserves in relation to the seriousness of his offense. That is in complete opposition to figuring out how to rehabilitate you and encourage programs so that you no longer commit criminal offenses. And I want to make something clear. I think your dad pointed out that I should consider rehabilitation, partially because Mr. McKinney received a sentence that may include some rehabilitation. You are not similarly situated to Mr. McKinney. The law says it. These facts support that. And you are convicted of different things than Mr. McKinney. So what you do with the rest of your life in prison, that's not on me, that's on you. It's not a factor that I'm considering in this sentence. The legislature has told me and defined for me the sentence is punishment. When you kill someone and you think about it before you do it, the legislature has told me I have no discretion about why you did it, how old you were other than you were over the age of 18 when you did it. If a jury convicts you of that, you're sentenced to life without parole. I need to consider how to repair the harm to victims. I must promote acceptance of responsibility by you and accountability by you in hopes that that will somehow help promote restoration for victims. Well, I've already told you what I think about that. I already have told you that whether it's because you're not capable, you're not able, or you're just not doing it, I don't believe, I haven't seen, and I haven't heard that you've accepted responsibility for this. No sentence that I will impose is going to change that. Again, that's on you. There's also nothing, no part of this sentence that I can impose that's going to repair the harm that you did that day, that's going to help these folks walk out of this courtroom and say, I feel better now. This crime is not a crime where restorative justice and your level or lack of accountability, I can't change that. Again, that's on you. You have so far yet to give anyone, and maybe even yourself, an honest explanation about why this happened. I've had to hear from everybody else, your lawyers, your parents, your grandpa, about how sorry you are, your sister, about how sorry you are. All the folks sitting in this center area, they don't want to hear from those people about how sorry you are. I also need to consider how to treat other defendants who are similarly situated to you to assure fair and consistent treatment of all convicted offenders by eliminating unjustified disparity in sentences, providing fair warning to the nature of the sentence to be imposed, and establishing fair procedures for the imposition of sentencing. Well, in Douglas County, Mr. Brockler's right, you're the first. So to some extent, you are setting the bar here. I also pray that you're the last. Which brings me to the last factor, It is the only factor that I feel that I have a place to something, that I have a chance to offer something here. This is the only factor where I think if there is a difference to be made by the sentence that I impose today, it's with this factor. To prevent crime and promote respect for the law by providing an effective deterrent to others likely to commit similar offenses. Your dad argues that there's nothing that I can do or say that will deter these from happening again. I hope that's not true. But if it is true, I don't want to look back on this sentence and think I had a chance to do or say something to make this not happen in the future. And this is one of the factors that the legislature has told me that I have to consider. So if there's any message that I want to clearly convey today, is that the violence that you planned and executed on May 7th, it should never have happened. It should never be repeated. It should never happen again. So the two factors that apply to you, in my opinion, from the factors defined by the legislature are punishment and deterrence. Punishment's defined already, with the exception of some crimes. So count one alone is life without parole. My goal with the remaining charges is to create a sentence that will prevent this from happening in the future. I consider the things that you did on the months, days, and weeks, and hours, and minutes leading up to the events that happened at 1:53 on May 7th to be so heinous, so violent, and so far-reaching that warrants the following sentence. Counts 1 and 2, which are murder in the first degree. 1 is with deliberation, 2 is extreme indifference. Life without parole, those will run concurrent to each other. That's for the death of Kendrick Castillo. Conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree after deliberation, count 3 is 24 years, Department of Corrections. Count 4, attempted first degree murder after deliberation for Lucas Albertoni. It's 48 years in the Department of Corrections. To run consecutive to counts 1, 2, and 3. Count 5, attempted first-degree murder after deliberation, attempting the murder of Joshua Jones, 48 years in the Department of Corrections, to run consecutive to counts 1 through 4. Count 6, attempted murder of Mitchell Krause after deliberation, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 1 through 5. Count 7, attempted murder after deliberation of Alex Watford, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 1 through 6. Count 8, attempted murder, Jackson Gregory after deliberation, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to 1 through 7. Count 9, attempted murder of Gerardo Montoya Ojeda after deliberation, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 1 through 8. Count 10, attempted murder of Lucas Albertoni, extreme indifference, 48 years, Department of Corrections, concurrent to count 4, but consecutive to all others. Count 11, attempted first-degree murder, extreme indifference of Brandon Biley, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 12, attempted murder of Christian Dean, extreme indifference, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 13, attempted murder of Barbara Elenis, extreme indifference, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 14, attempted murder, extreme indifference of Christopher Engel, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 15, attempted first-degree murder, extreme indifference, Truman Geeson, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 16, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Jackson Gregory, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others, concurrent to count 8. Count 17, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Aaron Paget, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 18, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Chloe Ha, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 19, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Grace Holland, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 20, attempted first-degree murder, extreme indifference, Josh Jones, 48 years, Department of Corrections, concurrent to count 5, consecutive to all others. Count 21, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Mitchell Krause, 48 years, Department of Corrections, concurrent to count 6, consecutive to all others. Count 21, attempted murder, extreme indifference of Ethan Catulas, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 23, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Khalil McRoy, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 24, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Logan Griffith, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 25, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Gerardo Montoya Ojeda, 48 years, Department of Corrections, concurrent to count 9, consecutive to all others. Count 26, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Isabella Pericini, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 27, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Tyler Pham, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 28, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Toscani Nui Silberstein, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 29, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Kyle Sperber, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 30, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Tyler Strimbu, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 31, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Riley Wharton, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 32, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Nathan Wojcik, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 33, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Lauren Harper, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. Count 34, attempted murder, extreme indifference, Raquel Segru, 48 years, Department of Corrections, consecutive to all others. My reasoning for reading those charges and each individual survivor and the individual sentence for each one of those charges is because I could not think of a reason to group these people into a 1, 2 through 7, 6 through 5, or 6 through 10. Each one of these people suffered and survived what you did on May 7th. Each one of those people deserves an acknowledgement, and you must serve, whether it's academic or not, a sentence for what you did to each one of those people. Count 35, second-degree arson. I listened to your parents, and I could tell what they were saying was hard for some people to hear. And frankly, it was a little hard for me to hear as well. But I want, Mr. Erickson, you to know that your family, they were victims too. And the hurt that they express, the guilt that they feel, the blame that they put on themselves, they didn't do that, you did that. Count 35, 4 years, Department of Corrections. It'll run concurrent. To count 3. Count 36, providing a handgun to a juvenile. The folks who spoke on your behalf, Mr. Erickson, even over your objection, probably for them to be able to cope, want to blame what you did on Mr. McKinney. And I can't agree or disagree, I don't know whether you met Mr. McKinney or not, if you would have done what you did. It doesn't matter, because you did do what you did. What I can say for certain is, but for you giving a gun to Alec McKinney, he wouldn't have had one. So I do know that. And you are guilty of providing a handgun to a juvenile. And for that, although it is discretionary, whether the sentence that I impose in this charge and whether it runs consecutive or concurrent, because of that but for you providing a handgun to Mr. McKinney, this does not happen. 6 years Department of Corrections consecutive to all other charges. Third-degree burglary, this is with your parents again as a victim. This is count 37, 3 years Department of Corrections, concurrent with count 35. Count 38, conspiracy to commit second-degree arson, 3 years Department of Corrections, concurrent to count 35 and 37. Count 39, theft, 18 months Department of Corrections. This is another charge that, but for the theft, this does not happen. And for that reason, count 39 runs consecutive to all other charges. Count 40, possession of a weapon on school grounds. Same line of thinking, but for you possessing a weapon, and to the extent that I can tell every other kid who goes to school, don't bring a weapon to school. To the extent that I can deter even one person from doing that, I am imposing 18 months, which is the maximum sentence, consecutive. Criminal mischief, count 41, your parent says the victim 1 year, Department of Corrections, concurrent. 42, conspiracy to commit criminal mischief, 1 year, Department of Corrections, to run concurrent with count 41. Count 43, conspiracy to commit theft, 1 year consecutive. Count 44, conspiracy to commit burglary, 1 year concurrent. Count 45, interference with school staff, 6 months in the county jail. Credit for time served. Count 46, reckless endangerment, 6 months county jail. Credit for time served. I obviously disagree with the idea that imposing a sentence that may seem academic is a waste of time. There's reasons. I hope that I have given those reasons. And by giving those reasons, I hope that it accomplishes the goal set out by the legislature and my intentions today, which is to make sure that this never happens again. Mr. Brockler, anything you think I missed or anything you'd like to change or add?
No, Your Honor. I know there's one more matter regarding restitution. Just if I could have just 1 second.
I see that was filed. Is there an objection to restitution? Thank you.
Your Honor, I cannot stipulate to it at this point without taking a closer look.
That's fine. It was filed, I think, last night or this morning.
Yeah, I have seen it, but I don't.
That's okay. That's all right. Can you respond within 30 days?
Certainly. Yes.
If a hearing's necessary, then we'll set a hearing. If it's not, then I'll grant the restitution. Anything else, Mr. Brockler?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kaplan?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, everyone who was here today. Thank you for everyone who submitted letters. We're in recess.